I'm going to call the special meeting to order. Kelly Douglas, please take roll.
Thank you. Director Shoemaker. Vice Chair Vidal.
Here.
Chair Sloop.
Here.
Director Wyatt.
Here.
Director Salvaggio. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for coming this evening. We're going to start out with public comment. I'm going to ask that anyone who is here in attendance that has not spoken before at our 3 other opportunities for public comment, which was the December 1st listening session, December 3rd listening session, or last Monday's board meeting on December 8th. So we want to allow the opportunity for those present to speak who have not spoken before. And I'm going to start with reading the rules for public comment. Thank you for taking the time for your day to share with us your voice and take part in informing the school board of your opinions, thoughts, or recommendations regarding district action. Your involvement is valued and appreciated. If you wish to make a public comment, please sign up on the public comment sign-in sheet at the back of the table over there. We are listening carefully and probably taking notes. This is a time to collect information rather than engage in any dialogue. The board encourages speakers not to mistake the board's silence for a lack of interest or care. If you are asking the district or board to respond or provide information, please provide your contact information with the district board secretary so that the appropriate person may follow up with you. The public comment time is not a forum for singling out individual district employees or students for complaints. If you have a complaint about an individual student or district employee, please do not mention them by name or provide information that will allow for them to be identified. Please use the district complaint process accessible on our website to help resolve individual situations of concern. The public comment time is for addressing the board and not the audience. All comments will be given their due respect by the board. Similarly, we ask that members in the audience be respectful of all speakers and refrain from giving cheers, claps, or negative noises such as booing when a member of our public is speaking or has concluded speaking. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. If 3 minutes is not enough time, you are welcome to reach out to the district office or board at a later time or submit materials to the board or district. The board may set aside have an hour, but if we determine to extend the time, we can. If there are more requests for public comment than time may allow, the board chair may organize the public comment speakers to be limited to a certain amount of time per topic. That is irrelevant. So I think we're all here to speak on the same 3 recommendations. So Mary Baumgartner.
Hello. Before I start, I would like to ask permission if I could read the comment from Mayor Bialostowski because he couldn't be here. He's out of the country. And both of our comments together are under 3 minutes. This is my comment. Board and Chair, as a lifelong resident of West Linn, attending Stafford Primary, Bolton Middle, and Westland High School, with a mom who taught at the high school and later subbed district-wide, and whose children attended K through 12, while I myself worked first as an instructional assistant, and later as a special education paraeducator, I speak as a supporter of not only schools in general, but of this district and these communities in particular. I understand why people move here, for the schools and for the community. Now, as a fellow elected official, I urge the board today to uphold the promise made in January for a 2-year pause on the closure decision and to honor the promise implied with the bond so recently passed. The funding listed to improve Bolton and Stafford gave the impression that the district would have the time and money it needed to sort out how to keep these schools open if the community passed the bond, which it did. These families have offered to continue working in partnership to see a way forward for their schools and have committed their hard-earned dollars to fund it. The families of Bolton and Stafford who voted yes to strengthen their district and fund their schools, and the community members who put their support into passing the bond and their trust in district leadership are watching to see how that trust will be honored. Thank you, and I would like to read now the mayor's comment. Chair, members of the school board and community, I am sorry I can't be in person with you all today. As mayor, I want to express my strong support for the parents and community members who have done extraordinary work, digging deep into data, researching the issues, and advocating for our neighborhood schools. Their diligence and engagement reflect how deeply West Linn values its schools. I also want to be clear. Had I known that elementary schools in West Linn would be slated for closure just weeks after the community passed a bond promising investment at those schools, I would not have endorsed the measure in the voters' pamphlet. Trust matters. Our community is right to ask tough questions when the trust feels shaken. Schools are essential to the fabric of our community and our neighborhoods, and I commend the parents who are standing up for them. Rory Bialystowski. Thank you.
Taylor Van Ilacon of League, have you spoken before?
But at least you tried.
Oh.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Have you spoken
I
before?
have not
Thank
at all. This is the first meeting I've attended in
Oh.
person this time around.
Thank you.
I didn't miss a single meeting last time, but my mental health was not in good shape, so I've not decided to participate until today. Okay. As you said, I'm Taylor. I'll go ahead and start now if you want to do that. I'm here as a parent and a community member, and I want to be clear. I don't think this is being framed as being unavoidable, but I don't think it is. I don't think it's a budget solution. I think it's a values choice. I heard a comment, a hurtful one, labeling West Linn and Wilsonville as the haves and have-nots, which is really gross. We are all haves. We have children, and we want a board who fights for all of them. We're all paying attention, and we can tell the difference between a financial emergency and a convenient one, and we won't forget how this is handled. Please slow this process down as you said you would. Open the books fully. Pursue alternatives. Once a school is closed, the harm can't be undone, and neither can the damage to your reputations. Thank you.
Thank you. Oliver Acosta.
Oh, can you please? I didn't start yet.
That's okay. Go ahead, buddy.
I'll start now. Hi, my name is Oliver, and I'm a fourth grader from Bolton. I know some of you are worried about Bolton closing. I don't think it will happen if we fight back as hard as we can. We need to keep Bolton open forever. If we don't, a lot of people, these dad and friends, won't be together anymore. I really want Bolton to stay open. This is why the school is important to me. Here are 5 reasons why. 1, I have a lot of friends. 2, the education is the best. 3, the teachers are very kind. 4, the principal is great. 5, the playground is really good. Keep the bees buzzing. And one lesson. I've been having hard times lately. I have these noises that I make sometimes that I cannot control. And I also sometimes have trouble waiting in line. And that I would like to keep the school open since those things have kind of been hard for me. And we should keep the schools open because I just think we need them because the schools are good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia Acosta? Okay. Yeah, we'll loop back. Are there any children that signed up here that would like to speak first due to schedules? Yes, what's her name? Okay.
My name is Clara.
Okay, she's too upset. I'm sorry. Thank
My
you, Claire.
name is Hilda, and I love my Bolton cause the teachers are very kind to me. When I'm upset, them help me out.
All right, any other children that signed up that would like to speak? Okay, we can loop back to Claire if she'd like. We'll get back to the list. Nathan Olson?
Hello, my name is Nathan. My wife and I are Westland homeowners and parents to a Bolton 5th grader and Bolton kindergartner in the Mandarin immersion program. On October 15th, 2025, on the Vote Yes for Linn-Wilsonville Schools Facebook page, a sitting member of the board stated the following in the run-up to the vote on the recent $200 million capital bond. Quote, I'm excited about this bond. What I'm not excited about, though, is that there's disinformation out there designed to rile people up that's neither true nor helpful. One of these statements is suggesting that the district might close 3 schools and send kids elsewhere. That's never been considered in any form, so I don't know where that's coming from. But ultimately, the fact is that most of this angry fantasy doesn't even relate to whether this bond is a good deal or not. End quote. Disinformation, angry fantasy. And it's amazing how fast disinformation turned into fact and angry fantasy turned into cold, hard reality. Board members have stated in the previous listening sessions, you lose me when you start talking about school closings being manufactured, as if the very thought these school closings being fast-tracked during the holiday season in a compressed time frame was some wackadoodle conspiracy theory unbecoming of being discussed in polite official capacity. Disinformation and angry fantasy. Stop gaslighting us. Stop framing our budget issues as a false binary choice between teacher cuts and buildings. Drop the used car salesman urgency and put a pause on the convenient holiday timeframe to make a decision to close our schools. Saying you're sorry and shedding performative tears isn't enough. Give the voters the information we need to make an informed decision, and let us help you do your job, since you have proven yourself not up to the task to do right by our children and their education. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Hastings.
Thank you, board. I am back to express my extreme displeasure with the memo that was attached to the agenda related to the Mandarin program. I feel like you've heard a lot of parents make very solid arguments that there is a lot of interest for this program and there is demand, and that there were actions that were taken that were disingenuous in reflecting that, and to double down and claim that that is still the truth. And then to contrast us, a nascent program that is still developing, against the fully established Spanish immersion program, and use that as an example of success, and then claim there's just not success enough in the Mandarin program to continue funding it, despite all the promises that you've made to us, made it feel like the district is not interested in hearing me as a parent, is not interested in hearing me as a community member. I think this is a great opportunity to say, this is no good. This is not the direction we want to take. This is not how we want to communicate to our community members, to our families, about the worth of their opinions and the value of their children's education. Should you choose to close schools, and I sure hope that we don't choose to close Bolton tonight, that would make this an absolutely awful holiday season to explain to my kindergartner why he will be in his 5th different school, because COVID has completely destroyed our education system, both early education, as we're seeing with the vote to close our preschools, and our elementary schools. I'm exhausted moving my child from program to program because of staffing issues, because of budget issues. We all want stability since COVID. That's all we want, is something that is familiar, something we can depend upon, something that gives us hope for the future. I really hope that you can honor that promise and not rescind your vote, and find ways to give us hope for the future, instead of continue to make us question, if anyone's listening, what is worth fighting for? And is this institution worth supporting going forward? Thank you.
Again, if a speaker has spoken before, we will get to you. I just want to allow those in attendance who have not shared public comment before. So if I call your name and you've spoken, just let me know and we'll loop back. Madeline Schaefer. Thank you. Megan Rinaldi.
Hello. My name is Megan Rinaldi. I'm a mother of a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old who is enrolled in kindergarten at Bolton, a school we've quickly come to love and appreciate. I won't rehash all of the options our community has offered as alternatives to closing the schools and reducing teachers, but I just want to remind the board that there are options. The memos put forth do not provide a complete analysis and drive to the conclusion of reducing staff or eliminating schools. No alternatives are discussed or reasoning for why other options won't work. And after speaking and emailing with some of you, you see these community presented options as viable, and I believe would prefer them over closing the schools. The problem is we haven't properly implemented them or given them the time to work. As a community, we were promised this time, but instead it feels like things were done to undermine the options we had, such as putting an arbitrary enrollment cap on the Chinese language program. I tried to enroll my daughter, but was told there was a wait list. How many other families were told the same thing and went elsewhere? And then right before the school year started, it was removed. This is just one example of where it doesn't feel like we were given a fair shot to make it work and keep the school open. I want to echo the sentiment that this decision feels rushed. Firstly, this meeting is on the night before the last day of school. It's just 1 week before Christmas and the holiday rush, and is also in the middle of Hanukkah. All of this makes it feel like a decision is being rammed through at the last minute. Secondly, it feels like the board doesn't have all of the necessary facts. For example, I spoke with one board member who was shocked to learn my daughter's kindergarten class at Bolton was projected to have only 18 kids in it, but there are 27, and that is just the English class alone. This idea that we don't have young children in our community that need and will need these schools is a fallacy. Before you vote, all I ask is that you remember we have other options. We do not have to be so drastic as to close our schools, to shut down the preschool program, to close the primary schools. These are short-sighted options that are not going to yield long-term budget savings and will only dismantle the trust in the board and the community we have worked so hard to build. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Wilson Green. Thank you. San Juanita Pachucha. Okay, we'll go back. Area Ineva. Oh, well, kiddos can go first or the others. Okay. Okay, we'll come back. Melissa Cook. You spoken? Okay, thank you. We'll go back. Alex Green.
Thank you. I'm the proud parent of a couple of kids in the West Linn-Wilsonville School District. And I guess what I'd like to ask each of you is to try and think of a scenario in a professional setting in which you as a project manager are running over budget, and you go to your leadership and you come before that leadership and you say, well, this is a very important project, but we're over budget, and these are the two choices that we have. If the leadership push back and say, well, why are those the best choices? No response is given. They say, how is that choice made? No response given. What were the metrics used to establish that those were the best choices? No response given. What we have here is an unprofessional setting. In any sort of professional environment, that meeting would be shut down right away, and they'd be say, come back, defend the choices that you've made, show that every stone has been turned, show that whatever metric you're using is aligned with what we want as a company. So as the school district, I think what we want is for the emotional, stable, physical, mental well-being of our kids, short-term and long-term. Is that what we're measuring against when we've established that it's either schools or closing? I'm sorry, it's either teachers or closing schools? Are those the only options? When we see on the ODE website that there's a $250 or $250 million budget, and that goes to a whole lot of things that I don't know, but I would be very suspect to think that the only way that we're able to harvest 1% out of that budget is to go after teachers or to go after schools. Is that the best way that we can address the long-term health of our kids? I feel like if it is, then we should be able to defend it. I don't feel like that defense has been brought forward. Show that everything has been reviewed and this is the best option for us. Tonight is not a choice of A versus B. We should be talking about the finances of the district. That's not what we're doing. We're saying we have to choose A versus B. Push back. Don't choose A versus B. Push to have everything evaluated from a financial perspective and prove that these are the two only viable options. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
There we go. Yes, there is a second large parking lot through permitting the most direct route, and the street is closed. But those looking to visit that would like to get to the other parking lot, you go back down to the roundabout, head towards Willamette on Willamette Falls Drive, turn left on, is it Osman? And then left onto Dollar Street. And then that parking lot driveway will be on your left just before the sports field.
All right, Miguel? I'm not pronouncing it correctly. McCall, and then last name starts with an R. So sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Have you spoken before? But not this year. Not this year. Yeah. Okay. Start. Okay, so yeah, I'm a Cedar Oak and Riverside mom and former Wesleyan high schooler mom. So I wanted to convey my deepest dismay when I heard about the new recommendations of closing 2 schools, canceling 2 programs, and letting go of more teachers just weeks after the bond was approved by our community members. I must admit that I had a real dilemma when whether to vote yes or no on the huge bond that was asking for $200 million, when I kind of knew that our money might not be handled carefully. Nevertheless, I decided to vote yes because my logic told me that if I vote no, then I'm risking the chance of the district not having enough money for building maintenance and necessary renovations, which will maybe force them to draw money from the general fund, which will further force them to cut on existing funds and programs. But lo and behold, the fact that my logic seemed to be reversed, and now the bond is approved. We're going to close the 2 schools, the programs, and likely gonna increase class sizes in our elementary schools. Also, despite the fact that there is also, we all forgot about it, a levy that should be active until 2029 that's supposed to take care of maintaining small class sizes, paying teachers, counselors, support staff, all of which have been cut heavily last year and apparently more this year. So saying that sounds like complaining. I actually came here to contribute a little more of my opinion, continuing from last year, which is based on my expertise in data science, and actually make the point that models can be easily tweaked to match or explain certain phenomena. So I'm talking about the flow analytics report. And for example, this is actually a common strategy for climate modelers when they want to model, they want their model to succeed in explaining certain phenomena, right? They just use different parameter knobs, and until the model predicts what they think should be the correct prediction. Sometimes at the expense of having underlying reasons or processes that are wrong, i.e. they're getting the right results for the wrong reasons. So I feel that this is what happened with the new flow analytics report. Too many knobs were tuned with one goal in mind, to produce a scenario that can support specific decisions. So after all the endless hours that I spent last year, I see similar issues this year, including unfair projection of comparison between the Wesleyan and Wilsonville housing development, tweaking the progression ratios, and disregarding state, out-of-state, and out-of-county positive resident influx. So my only hope is that the board will take the time to reprocess the previous. Just take your time. Just don't make hasty decisions. That's it. I'm just and happy holidays.
Thank you. Mary Moore. Okay. Nope. All right. Kieran O'Connor. Megan Lane.
Hi, members of the board. Thank you for letting me share my thoughts tonight. I have 2 kids that attend Cedar Oak Park Primary. So I definitely spoke last year. I feel like we're kind of in that same spot again. I do want to share and echo some of the thoughts that I've heard earlier. I think I've shared this in some of the emails that I've sent to the board. I'm really concerned that I feel like the decision is being rushed, and I feel like we are not being given enough time to consider options and alternatives. Additionally, I don't feel as a parent, as a community member, that the board and the superintendent's recommendation take into account all the other alternatives and options and give us an analysis of why those are not viable. Why are the options presented the only options that are going to help us close the budget shortfall that we're seeing? I don't understand that, and I'm not getting that from any of the analysis that has been provided. Additionally, kind of building on that, I'm very concerned that it seems like we feel, at least in the materials I've reviewed, the only options we have are to let go of staff. We're either letting go of teachers, or we're letting go of teachers and other faculty, other staff that help run a school. And I don't really feel like those are the actions that we should be prioritizing. When we're looking at this, I feel like it's very short-sighted for the long-term growth of the district. If we're worried about declining enrollment, why are we taking actions that maybe will help solve a budget issue today, but they will exacerbate it long term? People move to West Linn-Wilsonville for our schools and our neighborhoods and our communities. If those were taking these steps to disband that, that will no longer be a draw for families. I know I moved here for the schools and for the school district. When my kids were young, I thought about private school for them because I saw the curriculum that was being used for reading when my oldest started. We decided to go ahead and move forward with public school enrollment because of the wonderful experience they had in preschool. Both my kids did preschool at Cedar Oak. It was a great experience. We got connected to our community. It was wonderful. I'm so sad. And I think it's so short-sighted that we're looking at suspending that. That's a pipeline into our schools. I just don't see how we can expect to keep enrollment with these actions. I think we should be looking at alternatives, exploring those. So thank you.
Thank you. Is Ava or Aria ready? All right, come on up.
Hi, my name is Aria. Hi, my name is Ava. Thank you for letting us talk to you. We love Bolton and we know it should stay open for 6 reasons. First is our school should not be shut down. What about all the friendships we would have? What about when they would be broke and by not seeing each other? Our second reason is that what about all the nice teachers? They would lose their jobs. Our third reason is we learn so much there. In fact, Bolton has the 10th best test scores in the state. Our fourth reason is also a little story. While we were in the hall writing our speech, I went to go sharpen a pencil for the draft. And when I came back, I told Aria something. She said that our class was playing our favorite game. But then she said, let's get back to work on saving Bolton. We might be the last time playing that game. Our fifth reason is that you should keep your promise. You said that you were going to keep this until 2027. And it's only been half a year. I want to make it to 5th grade. Our sixth and last reason is that we're here to stop this. No, end this. Clearly, almost everyone wants you to stop this. We'll fight back for as long as we need to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Right. I think we're looping back now. So Zell?
This mic on? Okay. My name is Zeal, and I'm a product of our public schools, not here in West Linn, but all around the United States. More than that, I'm a product of opportunities found in change. When I was in 5th grade, I watched my middle school close its doors for the last time. By the time I graduated high school, I had walked into 7 different schools. As a child living with anxiety, you might think that those moves were hard, and they were, but they weren't endings. Every new hallway was an opportunity to discover who I was. Every cafeteria moment was a chance to find a new friend. And in those moments of starting over, I didn't just survive, I thrived. I discovered that community isn't anchored to a floor plan. I made friendships in those hallways that have survived decades and crossed state lines. We haven't shared a roof in 20 years, but we share a lifetime of connection. That ability to see change as an open door is what carried me through my MBA and 15 years at Google. My success wasn't built on the stability of a building, but on the strength that I found within myself to adapt and to grow. I am now teaching my children to see the world in the same way. My 3rd grader is on his 3rd school, and my 1st grader is on her 2nd. I think of my daughter Zara, who started at Cedar Oak during preschool under the extraordinary tutelage of Kelly Sabom. I remember watching her bloom under her care, and in just 9 months, she wasn't just reading beyond and writing beyond her years, she was soaring. She was seen and she was safe, and it had nothing to do with the envelope of the building and everything to do with the soul of the person who was teaching her. But tonight I am here because that magic is being asked to do the impossible. Today, my daughter sits in a room of 24 other children. A quarter of those kids are falling behind, reaching out for a hand that isn't free to hold them. Another quarter are years ahead, waiting for a challenge that a stretched teacher simply doesn't have the minutes to provide. Our teachers and our paraeducators are being stretched until they are transparent. They are pouring from empty cups. We talk so much about the bricks and mortar of a building that isn't the heartbeat. The teacher is, the child is. Community is the invisible thread that binds us when the walls around us change. Buildings will eventually crumble. They are just the scenery. The story is the resilience of a child who knows that they can thrive anywhere because they have a community that supports them. I am asking you tonight to look past the architecture of our buildings and to look at the architecture of our children's lives. Please prioritize the people, the teachers. We need to make those people feel as best as possible because they are the ones who make our children feel like they can conquer any change in any building at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sammy Soffer?
Hello. I am the parent of Ellis, who's 3, and Pippa, who is 8, who both go to Willamette Primary, thanks to the preschool program. I never thought that they would go to school together for very long because they're 5 years apart. But when we found out that Ellis could go to the preschool program, we were very excited. And when my kids get to see each other in the hallway, it is what my son's preschool teacher has described as a celebrity sighting. That's the reason that for me and for my kids, we would like to keep this preschool program going. That's the heart of it. And I think we've talked a lot about that. There's also a lot to the math side of things. So I just wanted to speak to that really quickly. We've seen the district published numbers, which show again and again that closing the preschool program would save $500,000. These are based on historical averages, but using those numbers is not accurate based on these current enrollment, which shows that actually we would only save $46,000. So I actually really appreciate that many of you have written back to my emails and you've acknowledged that these numbers that we're coming up with are accurate based on current enrollment, and they're very different than the numbers that are being presented in the FAQ. And yet the recommendation remains to, at the very least, suspend the preschool program. My ask is that if you can acknowledge that the numbers are not accurate, why will you not give us a chance to, at the very least as parents, solve this problem? For example, current enrollment, say it stays the same, give us the chance to pay $80 or more a month per parent, and that breaks even. So we keep the program going and we're able to keep the magic going. Give us a chance to come up with solutions. Let us use these accurate current numbers. Don't base your decision on historical averages, please, for our kids and for everything that we've told you about, for all of our stories, for all of our magic.
Thank you. Brittany Graham.
Hi, thank you for your time. I was actually just writing my speech because my daughter Aria just called me out for not signing up to speak to you all. So thank you for your time. I'm not a fan of public speaking. Like I said, my daughters Aria and Audrey, you might remember them from the last meeting and actually multiple meetings before that. They asked me to come speak as well. Dr. Salvaggio, you actually made a comment at the end of the last meeting about how Audrey did so well in her speech when she referenced how she had a rough day and went to school, and her teacher, Mr. Reeder, gave her that smile and it just made her day. You mentioned that we all have a teacher like that in our lives. Mrs. Cassad, my first grade teacher, was that teacher to me. She actually still messages me on my birthday every year, telling me she's praying for me and checking in on me. And so I'm asking you to please continue to allow our kids to make those bonds with their teachers. It's something that's so special that I can attest to can last a very, very long time in your life. Bolton is a unicorn where students thrive, the teachers are superheroes, and a truly special community has been built. My ask is that you don't rush this and that you take the time to evaluate all the options and solutions that have been presented. Use this community sitting behind me to truly activate them and what they're good at. There's so many different people here that have different talents that can be utilized. I know in my role, I work for a company in corporate America that my role is a solutions navigator. I identify barriers and I find solutions on how to overcome that. I work in the marketing department and then create solutions that can then be implemented to truly help our customers activate and implement what needs to be done. I'm willing to help identify marketing opportunities, to help create marketing materials. We have other parents that are amazing at finances that are willing to look at different things. Please allow us to come alongside you to identify all of these solutions and really, truly look and see what can then be implemented to help. I really don't think that there's only two solutions here of closing down schools or letting teachers go. There's been a lot of different ideas presented. Allow us to please vet those out with you and then implement those solutions. So my ask is that you take the time to truly vet these out and let us come alongside you. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Tyre.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I'm a fifth grader in Miss Oliverdian's class. You shouldn't close down our school because the Chinese program will not have anywhere to go. Second, in the summer, we love to go on the playground at Bolton. And finally, helping Bolton. We love to pull weeds and plant new flowers to help Bolton. Bolton is like my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia Acosta.
Neighborhood crying lady over here again. Our family, like many others, moved here from out of state for this school and community. So to us, Bolton is our family. And wow, has our family shown up. Thank you for loving and accepting us and supporting us through all this turmoil. Our family starts every day on our walk or drive to school saying that today we will be safe, be kind, be inclusive, be respectful. We will listen to our teachers, we will listen to everybody's words, and most importantly, we will have fun. That has been our mantra since my 4th grader started kindergarten and remains today. We are Bolton strong. Bolton is more than a building. It's a living, buzzing community. The bee doesn't just represent a mascot, it represents how that school functions. We're connected, collaborative, and deeply rooted. We help each other through good and difficult, no matter what. Children are resilient, but resilience does not mean they are untouched. Their brains process stress and disruption in ways that can leave lasting marks. When you remove a child from the place where they feel safe, known, and grounded, what responsibility do you carry for the fear that follows them? And how long are they expected to carry it alone? My son is asking about homeschool next year if Bolton closes. My daughter said she would want to follow her best friend to private school. I can't homeschool my kids. I can't pay out-of-state tuition. I'm a bottom of the hill, paycheck to paycheck family. Losing our school would be absolutely devastating. Last year, we talked about solutions. We talked about redrawing boundaries to help our school grow. What happened? Was any work done to redraw a boundary? We talked about historic status for Bolton. This process is underway because parents have taken it upon themselves to do the footwork. This could bring additional revenue through grants as soon as next year. It feels like all the hard work that we did as a community was simply filed away and nothing was followed through. Please don't let us be a line item on the budget for the year. We are your families. Our kids are the students you have pledged to support and hear. Don't pick what is easy over what is right. Find a way to save teachers and our school. Thank you.
Madeline Schaefer.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Schaefer. I have a kindergartner in the Mandarin program at Bolton. Tonight, I want to be very clear. This district has a leadership and prioritization problem. For 3 straight years, we've been told we're in crisis. For 3 straight years, the solution has been the same. Cut programs, cut teachers, destabilize schools. And yet, despite those cuts, the deficit is still here year after year. So I have to ask, why is the deficit essentially the same year over year, even after repeated cuts and a 10% raise from the state? Because in any other organization, running a deficit year after year without changing strategy would get leadership fired. At some point, you have to stop doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. Here's the hard truth. You are cutting in the wrong places. Dr. Ludwig has chosen cuts that impact students and teachers first, whereas they should be last. This is not the first time you and the rest of the district have been told this. The task force told you this last year. Parents told you this last year. You were offered alternatives last year and this year. So the question is not whether solutions exist. The question is, what is it going to take for the district to actually listen and pursue them? If you want to fix this, you need to stop treating enrollment as a problem and start treating it as a solution. Kindergarten enrollment at Bolton is back to pre-pandemic levels. That's a great sign that parents are moving back towards public school enrollment. We should be shouting from the rooftops about our top-ranked schools. Mandarin should be a draw. Stop capping it. Riverside should be a draw. Preschool should be a draw. These are unique offerings that differentiate this district, and instead of investing them, you're putting many of them on the chopping block. This literally makes no sense. You should be growing revenue, not just cutting costs. This means actively promoting our unique programs to boost enrollment, shout out to Mandarin, fully leveraging Medicaid reimbursement, expanding renewable energy investments, looking at partnerships and grants instead of defaulting to cuts. And if this district does not have the internal expertise to fix the budget, then hire a third party who does, because what you are doing is not working. Cutting teachers and program is the fastest way to hollow out this district. It drives families away. It hurts our increasingly damaged reputation. It makes recruitment harder. And it creates a death spiral where enrollment actually does decline because you made the district less attractive. We are not saying do nothing. We are saying do better. Stop asking students and teachers to absorb the pain of leadership failures. Stop recycling the same cuts and calling it a plan. Stop ignoring the solutions you've already been given. Look at revenue, look at growth, look at what makes this district special and invest in it. Because if you keep cutting what works, there will be nothing left to save. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Lands.
How do we want to remember this moment? Right now, we are on track to be a case study for how not to consolidate schools. For years into the future, districts will study this to see what went wrong. Our names will live on in infamy as an example of what not to do. But it's not too late. We don't have to do it that way. We can decide not to panic in the face of adversity. Are we a district that plans long term, or one that blows reactively with the wind every 12-month cycle? The state budget shortfall is unknown. Our most recent quarterly report shows that we ended last year with $18.8 million in reserves. Are we a bank that holds money, or a school district that spends our tax dollars on our students? The unencumbered money from the sale of Oppenlander was intended as a backstop against the unknown. With just a week to review the 2025 demographic report, it is obvious that it is not based on new information, but different methodology. They can't be compared to each other. Who is to say which method of inputs is correct? They are predictions, not prophecy. Their model cannot account for an army of parents ready to do whatever it takes to increase enrollment. You can rush into this decision and be the first district in the United States to ever close a school in 1 month's time without boundaries or knowing how this will affect the disproportionately high number of special needs students at both of these schools, and crowd Westland schools to 95% capacity with no idea what this will do to our inclusion model or how to get us out of this mess when enrollment increases. And families will forever lose trust in this district. We will leave. I bet it's more than 150 students, which wipes out the savings of the proposed school closures. You have to convince us that this is right for us to stay, and we are not convinced. We have 10 years to sort out the enrollment decline, and the community has a lot of great ideas to reverse that trend. We have several years to sort out the budget problem. It can be done without asking our youngest and most vulnerable students, the babies just learning to read, to carry the burden of our district's mistakes. So what do you want your legacy to be? Will it be the death nail in the trust between the community and our district? We will remember. Or will you be brave enough to hold your breath and wait for the dust to settle and see where the chips fall and know what these decisions will mean for our students? Don't let panic turn off your brain. What you are being asked to do is not good governance. Be brave enough to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. John McCabe. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looping back. So those that signed up who haven't spoken have spoken. Oh. What's your name? Oh, you'll be after Mr. McCabe.
John McCabe, one thing quickly, please spell my daughter's name right on that board. I mean, she went to the school district for 12 years. Everybody knew her name, but it's been spelled wrong. Eternity. It's a little of a lack of oversight. And so on Spanish immersion program, one of the things that's going to be voted on tonight is that if you are not in Bolton, you are to leave and go back home. If we did that same thing at Lowry and at Trillium, saying if you do not live in the boundaries, you have to go back home, all the immersion programs in every school would be eliminated. This wasn't thought out. This was just directly to destroy Spanish immersion. And there's been no desire from the school district to merge the Chinese immersion with the Lake Oswego School District Chinese immersion. It's an option. The school district is not looking at it. Then the preschool program, sub it out. We used to have the West Linn Community Program, which is actually in Lake Oswego now. And so we need to basically go back to the pattern that did exist. And the good thing about those programs, that's where some of our best students, they get a good start at school. They become National Merit Scholarship candidates, winners actually, and we're throwing it away by throwing away preschool. And if you make it the way it was before, where it was a nonprofit group, it was a lot less. It was successful. A lot of good things came out there. I spoke to 2019 to Mr. Shoemaker, and I go, that's how it works. You start with preschool, and they come into kindergarten, and they're the best students usually. And it's being thrown away because we're not willing to look at options. Now, the consolidation of Bolton and Stafford, schools are 8 miles apart. If you just say, come together, you're 8 miles apart. The easier way is to change borders throughout the whole district. It's the easier way to do it. A lot of people are going to be mad because this should have started back in January with your vote. What were the other options? And the last one is was there a potential form violation? Meeting in groups of 3 or more, not official, but if you meet in groups of 3 or more, and it's not anywhere listed, under the state laws, that's a quorum violation, and I think it needs to be discussed. And last thing, I hope you got my meeting things of saying what will happen if certain things are done. Wilsonville will have smaller school sizes than West Linn, and that's just not fair.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Ursula?
Hi, my name is Ursula Tyre. I have 3 kids at Bolton. 2 are twins, and they are in the Mandarin program. I apologize. I was going to prepare something maybe that you hadn't read before, but I did email the board what I'm about to read. I hope you did read it. I did get one reply. It was an auto reply, which is fine. But anyways, I would like to read that aloud, just in case you missed it. Dear board, I'm a parent of 3 primary students enrolled at one of the schools you're considering for closure. We live very close to our school and walk every day. We volunteer at the school as often as possible. My husband volunteers his time coaching 2 basketball teams, and I am PTA treasurer and volunteer every chance I get to be in the garden, read at school. I go on field trips. I stock the teacher's lounge. I also work full time. We are a constant at our school, and our school is a constant for us. Our school is an extension of our home. My children feel safe and that they truly belong there. Growing up, I did not have a stable, consistent school or home. I felt like I didn't belong anywhere. My parents were not involved in my education. Oftentimes, I was just taking care of my sister.
My family moved 6 times before high school and 3 more times during high school. Instead of focusing on what I could become, what college I wanted to attend, I just focused on how to stay in one place. Um, Sorry, I'm trying to calm down. When the decision came to start a family, my husband and I knew one thing we needed was to have stability. We wanted an environment that only I dreamt of as a kid, an environment that was consistently mine. And when my children were preschool ages, we were in a place education it was not a priority for lawmakers. We knew we needed to move before our kids entered school because we did not want to uproot them. We looked outside of our home state for a new place to call home. We set our parameters. Oh my gosh, it's already 19. Okay, I'm just going to go all the way to the end. Like many other parents, we thought we found the school that our kids could grow up in. If our school closes, all of this changes for us. Traveling distances to attend school is not an option for my family. Our ability to volunteer will come to a halt. Oh, thank you. It's in the email.
Thank you. Brianna Wilson Green.
Good evening. I have a 5th grader and a kindergartner at Stafford Primary. My youngest, the kindergartner, he has Down syndrome. So my knee-jerk reaction at this point, whenever I hear of any proposed changes or anything, is to ask what will be the impact on the kids with disabilities. And if you've met one kid with Down syndrome, you've met one kid with Down syndrome. There are some commonalities though between kids with Down syndrome and other chromosomal differences, and also like kids with autism, is that routine is very, very important. And so having the prospect of change for my youngest is daunting. And talking with other parents who also have children with kind of similar needs, it's become clear that a change like being in a new school would set my child back and other children back educationally by like 3 to 6 months. There is like a very long adjustment period. Right now, we've just been trying to adjust the door that he exits out of after school. We're trying to get him used to the buses so we can get him on the bus eventually. And making that one change of like having him go through a different door out the building. He'll sit in the middle of the hallway and he'll just like refuse. So finally today he actually got out the door. But it's this long process. So I want to give that perspective on the impact to him. I can't speak for every child with disabilities in the district, and I wish that we were hearing from more. I think that if some of the impacts, especially like boundary changes, were clear to a lot more families in the district, that we would be hearing from a lot more families in the district. And, you know, for me, I especially want to be hearing from other families in the district who have kids with disabilities. We live basically across the street from Trillium Primary School, but we're zoned for Stafford. So I do think that if Stafford were to be closed, if Bolton were to be closed, and boundaries are shifted, I didn't see anything in the FAQ about the Trillium boundaries possibly changing, but it would seem really strange to me if, like, where we live, for example, if we were then zoned for Sunset or Willamette, because we'd be driving past Trillium every day to get to school. So a couple other things. So for kids with higher support needs, like my son, you know, a home is not just a house. A school is not just a facility. It's not just walls for him. It is a community that's really been established and really grown and really come around him. He's one who likes to escape because he's very excited to be outside. So the fact that every staff member in the building knows my son is such a comfort and so great for him and for so many other kids in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're at the hour. I'm going to ask my fellow board members if you want to consider another 30 minutes. Okay, so we're going to include everybody that signed up until now. So okay, what's her name? She's on. Okay. All right, Hadley, are you ready to speak? Thank you.
Hi, I am Hadley and I'm a second grader. You should not close down our school because the Chinese program, if you know, closed down our school. The Chinese program will not have anywhere else to go. And the teachers are so nice. Bolton is like my home. And the kids will be sad. Thank you.
All right, Melissa Cook.
You good, excuse me, good evening. I had emailed all of you individually, and I did get a response, which I appreciate. I'm sure you're getting a lot of emails right now. And in that response, which was just sort of a general response, but acknowledged to be a general response because of the volume, and throughout the listening sessions, it's been very clear that the driving force behind this decision is the projected decline in enrollment. A good article came out a couple of days ago, which I'm sure you've seen, that asked a lot of real serious questions about the methodology behind the flow analytics report. And so those questions are unanswered. And those are very real questions that I think need to be answered. We are also, it should be noted, coming out of an unprecedented time. We are on the tail of COVID. We are on the tail of people determining whether or not they were even going to have more kids. We are coming out of a period of time where interest rates skyrocketed and people couldn't afford new homes. And we just got a new update that the feds are cutting the interest rates again, which will make homes more affordable for people who want to move in. And so I have some real concerns about the methodology from flow analytics, what that's actually going to mean for the projections, and the significance and the seriousness of making such a drastic decision based on these reports and these determinations that are so starkly different from what they reported just a year ago. I want to talk also about the issues with enrollment and some of the things that have been said over the last couple of listening sessions. I can tell you on my street alone, I live in the Fox Hills neighborhood. I'm a very proud Stafford parent. We love our school. There are 3 new families on my street alone, and I don't live on one of those huge streets that never ends. I have a small loop. There are 3 new families in the last 3 years who have kids in COVID, or kids at Stafford, pardon me. There are 2 additional families who should be at Stafford. One of them did not because they were under the influence under the impression that after everything that happened last year that Stafford wasn't opening. And that mother told me that if Stafford remains open, they will be coming there for next year. The second is somebody who is a trainer at the gym that I go to, who also had been planning on moving her child to Stafford at the halfway point, and then with all of this going on, determined that there was just too much uncertainty. So within my very small network, that is people who are interested in our schools, who want to go to our schools. But make no mistake, if these schools close, the district is going to lose students. The number of parents that I've talked to who are considering private schools, who have applied to be in lotteries for charter schools, who are looking at whether or not they should move their families because they moved for the schools that they went to, those people will leave. They will leave, and you will not see the savings that you want. I want to finish by saying we love our school. It's more than the building, it's the community. It's everybody who supports our family and our children. And we pray that you really take the time and get the answers that you need before making such a drastic decision. Because what I was told was that there was a priority on minimizing disruption to the students, but I cannot think of any more significant of a disruption to 2 entire schools worth of kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Tristan Gorski?
Good evening. Hello. Just okay. First time speaking here to the board tonight. My wife has spoke a lot more than me, and I'm wasting time already. We have 4 children in this district, and we're told that cuts are unavoidable because of the fiscal crisis and a future enrollment problem, and that closing schools, cutting teachers, and eliminating programs are the only realistic options going forward. But before I'm prepared to accept this, and before all of us should be prepared to accept this, we need to ask a very simple question, and a fair question. In a $250 million budget, is it truly the only way to address a $5 million of this shortfall? $5 million of this shortfall. So right now, the board, you guys are being presented with a single type of a solution, and that is cuts that directly and immediately harm students. And there's really good data to show that the fallout from school consolidation extends for years of decreased academic performance and increase in behavior problems for the kids that are being moved. That's a fact, or it's a truth. The exception of this being if you have a low performing school going to a high performing school, but in this case, that's not the situation because Bolton is one of the higher performing schools in the district. What's more, there's been a problem of decreased enrollment. And that doesn't have an immediate impact on the current situation. So the push to have this vote right now feels a little disingenuous because one of these problems is not going to hit us for years. So, and this is data based off the new flow analytics report that was just put out. So in the medical world, which is where my background is, it feels like in the setting of like if you're treating an infection, that you're saying let's amputate first and then let's go after the infection later, or let's hit the infection before you start antibiotics. And I think you don't have to have a medical degree to know that this is pretty much malpractice. You need to try certain things first. And just like I don't think I have to have a degree in data or finance or business administration to be able to say that these cuts and then the fallout from these cuts are probably not the first thing we should be doing. So what I would like to happen tonight, what I'm asking the board to do, and I'm asked is to request from the superintendent and from the school administration to provide another option just to see, and then to make it clear to the rest of the community as well. I want an option that looks at balancing the budget without cutting classroom teachers, that does not close schools and does not eliminate programs that our families rely on. And then you do have the authority to do this, and I feel like that's something that should be put out there, and then we should be given to the community so that we can all see it, and then we can weigh it as well. Because right now it just feels like there's not enough transparency for us to know that this was the case. Thank you.
Thank you. William and Genevieve Harrison.
Hello, our names are William and Genevieve Hansen, and we've made a lot of friends at Stafford, and I'm in 3rd grade.
I'm in 5th. And I have a lot of friends. I've known Fiona and Maisie, since 1st, and I've known a lot of other ones, and I've been here since 1st grade. My brother been here since he even started. Yeah, he's been here since preschool. And if we shut down the school, my brother won't be here for 2 years, and he might be split off from a few of his friends. And even though I'm going to a new school next year, I might go to a new school next year. Well, I'm in 5th grade, so I will. And
I also have another brother named Liam. He's not here today, but he's in 4th grade, and well, I don't know what he wants to say because he's not here. Well, I've made more than 21 friends at Stafford, and 2 of my best friends are named Wyatt and Austin, and I've known Wyatt since preschool. And I don't want the school to shut down because like I'd lose all my friends maybe, and it it'd just be sad for me and my brother. And yeah, just
Thank you.
thank you.
Aaron Welp.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. And I wasn't planning on speaking, but when I saw Miss Z and Miss Scow in the back, I felt like I had to. I grew up here. I emailed you all a lot. I have 4 kids. One's in high school, one's in the Mandarin 3rd grade, one's in kindergarten at Bolton, one's in the preschool at Bolton, and hoping to go to the preschool again next year. I sent you some cute Jingle Bell pictures from their program today. First, Mandarin's been a very special experience for us. I just have to say, our daughter has invested 4 years of her life into learning Mandarin and the culture. Miss Gao and Missy have put so much thought and effort and heart into creating a successful and thriving program. With some additional marketing support, like allowing a Mandarin banner on the Bolton fence or having the website updated with current information about how to enroll for the following year, we could really continue to make changes along with the parent efforts that have been in place. We also want to say that I'm raising 3 kids that were adopted from a trauma background, and I don't want to test their resilience. I'm really glad that it's worked out for some people to make a bunch of moves, but the research really shows that that's not the case for most people, and especially kids from traumatic backgrounds. I hope that we can all see as a community, there's people here that want the schools to close, and I respect them and I'm glad they're here. And I hope that we can all come together to see that we all have more choices and that you as a board can really make sure that we consider everything on the table. It doesn't have to be teachers or schools. And we're just really thankful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Sorensen.
How you doing? Big day. I can't imagine what you guys are doing. How are you doing? It's a big thing you're going through. But I'm a Bolton parent. I have 4 kids. 3 are currently at Bolton and with an upcoming potential preschooler next year, hopefully. Get a little freedom back. But my oldest struggles with anxiety quite a bit, and this past year has been a doozy for our family. And we are countless doctor's visits and just kind of trying to figure it out. And so it's been a challenge. And I want him to get through this and be strong and create that. But I don't. It'll be tough for him to transition out of this. And my other 2 are in the Mandarin program, and we would be split, I think, with where boundaries would go. So that's another thing that stresses me out with splitting my kids up at this age before he would go into middle school a year earlier, and having him to separate from his siblings. But I also don't want to take this Mandarin program away from them because it is amazing. They have thrived and strived and are doing so well. So I just, as Erin said, I think we could really booster that and really get enrollment up. And I think Dr. Salvaggio, the last meeting, talked about in this building, he talked about what questions we can ask now to not have us be in this situation. And I think, you know, I looked at, there's a house across the street from me that the sale has fallen through not once, but twice to young families because they didn't want to walk into this. I talked to them and I was like, we have young kids. We can go through this together. We can, it's a great school. Like we can bolster this program and, but they didn't want it. So I think closing schools, closing programs is not going to be something that's going to bolster our district. So nobody's going to want to look at this and move into this after we close a school that was in top 10 ranking and lose that standing or cut this Mandarin program. But I think the strength of the Mandarin program is really important to these kids and these teachers who have done amazing things. And I think if we could keep that with the majority of the Bolton kids, it would just make it grow even more because they see that. The parents of those kids see it and they'll want to keep bringing their kids into it. So I just don't envy you, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. San Juanita Pachacho.
San Juanita Fetuajo. I'm sure you guys remember me from last week and my heartfelt appreciation and praise for Stafford Primary. Maybe it resonated with you enough that you remember my son who has severe autism. What's really special is that my son spends about 75% to 80% of his hours at Stafford inside the classroom, mainstream classroom versus the special ed classroom. Really special. Special meaning inclusive. That's all inclusive means, is when kids like my son are in the classroom. So if you know anything about autism, and much like Desmond's mom spoke of, putting my son in a different building would directly affect how much he's in the classroom. And that doesn't just affect his inclusion, that affects the inclusion of all the students that attend. Because you can't have inclusion without the special ed kids there. I know you think you'll think of something. You'll fix it. You can't fix inclusion. Built. You can fix the budget. Can't fix inclusion. You can't fix it because you don't know what it looks like. You can't fix what you don't know about. Now, I'm new to school board meetings, but I'm not new to the community. You've probably seen me at Costco, at New Seasons, at the gym. You say hi to me, but you don't say hi to my friend Katie. I'm usually with my friend Katie. She's an adult living with autism. She has severe autism. She's nonverbal. I assume you don't say hi to her because you don't think she belongs. I'm assuming it's because you don't know how. You don't know how to say hi to someone with severe autism. You don't know how to say hi to someone who's nonverbal. But that's okay. Either of my friends, Heather and Ryan, but I've watched their son, Nolan, in the last 15 months learn how. Their son, Carson, has gotten really good at it. You can't teach your kids something you don't know. What you can do is vote to keep the schools open. You can give these kids something you and I never had, an inclusive primary education. You have the power to give hundreds of kids something you and me don't know about. Fulfill the second goal of the school board and consider inclusion. Your kids and I could have something we didn't, an inclusive school.
Thank you. Athena Contreras.
Hi, my name is Athena and I'm from Bolton. And I just want to say that I think we are at a crossroads. On the one hand, we make a decision today, knowing that we're missing quite a bit of data, and a lot of it is just on the forefront. We've got our financial report due. We're very close. We could get some of this data and we would have a much better picture of everything that's happening. And that is what we need, is data. On the other hand, we can vote to find other solutions. One option will likely cause continued enrollment decline as families seek more stability in other districts or options. The other option would require us to work together as a district to improve enrollment. I'm going to ask you to consider our scenario at Bolton last year. As we were facing cuts, parents got together. There was the preschool ambassadors. There was a lot of parents that went up and put flyers up and talked to people at apartments and got information out about our programs. And I really believe that was a big part of why we went from 22 in all of the kindergarten from 1 year to 44. And I think we could all do it as a district together. I think we can, if we decide to actually work together. I think, and between the district and all of the schools, that I think we could increase enrollment across the board. And if we do this, it will help us to get through this period of uncertainty in the educational landscape, not only here, but in the state and in the country, because right now I think public schools are going through severe changes all at once. And I think that if we don't manage to stay stable and strong, that we're going to be in the same place that so many other, it's just going to be a free fall. The truth is that it isn't a low birth rate that is the sole contributor to the enrollment issues in our district. It is a changing educational landscape that is putting stress on traditional school systems. I believe that public schools are public good and that we should do everything that we can to strengthen them during this period of change. And I think that other people, maybe if they don't get through school closures and they're struggling, and they may want to move here. We can be the place that people move to because we double down and focus on building up our enrollment and working together. Thanks.
Thank you. Mary Moore.
I really want to come up here as an optimist. I was here, I spoke at the last meeting, and I heard clearly, directly to the board, I wish I could do this job for you. And it's all I've heard. It was said by the superintendent, I wish I could do this job for you. The flow analytics report has changed its methodology. We are given two choices, teachers or schools. There's a timeline during the holidays, during a rainstorm, with end of year fatigue, which leads to defeatism. I was at my kindergartner from Stafford's birthday party, surrounded by Stafford parents that are really enthusiastic about the school. And they wanted to come. It's really hard to stand up here, and it's hard to be in your chairs. It's hard to be sitting and listening. I didn't think I could at the last meeting. I thought I would be in tears the entire time, but this community is supporting me. I am frustrated at finding community based on the negative. What about the busing app? How much does that cost? There are ideas. It's wonderful to know if my son's bus is about to pick him up. Do we need it? All I hear is about the decline, the statistical analysis. I want leadership with enthusiasm. I want leadership with love. I want leadership with belonging. I want discussion of offerings like the people from these chairs constantly are talking about. Messages about closing decline. We don't need to be in denial, but we need to discuss the vision and then the stability and what isn't working. And we can really talk about the growth in the numbers. I've lived in my home for 10 years, waiting for Stafford, waiting for my children to enter kindergarten. his kindergarten teachers reported how close-knit those children are. That type of energy can grow. That type of enthusiasm and love is where things come from. It comes from the children's hearts. It comes from the people that it is adorable to have children stand here, but it is hard for them too. Stafford Elementary is in the Stafford Hamlet. I used to serve on the Stafford Hamlet board. I was part of the local community that worked to preserve the rural character of that area. But that area will not be undeveloped forever. I know one of the biggest reasons it hasn't been is because of the underdeveloped road infrastructure. There's currently a roundabout going in at Childs Road. The landowners will continue to push for growth. It is going to happen. I'm not saying when, I don't know how. I'm not serving on the board currently. Will we be prepared when things go well? Will we be focused on growth and how we can support it? Right now, I'm not hearing those messages, and I want us all to leave this building feeling optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Kieran O'Connor.
Thank you all for being here tonight for more time. Nice to see you again. And I want to thank all the brave children who have spoken tonight. That's not easy. I'm proud of you. I want to thank Ms. Z and Ms. Gow in the back for everything you've done for our children. My two kids made a commitment demanded by the district. If you join the dual language program, you must enroll through its duration. And our kids stand by their promises. That's what we would hope to teach them. They've upheld that, and now the district leadership has threatened to pull the rug out from under them. The district made a commitment to these students, and it's the district's responsibility to uphold that promise. I urge you to think of the long term and to keep schools open. We need to think seriously about finding creative sources of revenue, and regardless of a decision to close schools or not, if we don't do that, we'll be right back here again next year and indefinitely until we cut ourselves out of business. I want to also call out a misleading narrative planted by the district that is an either-or option. Many of us have talked about it tonight. It's either close schools or cut teachers. We're stuck between two bad choices, but the reality is far more complex. According to the district's own FAQ page, even if you close Bolton and Stafford and you cut programs, the district would still need to cut 14 full-time teachers. This is not an either-or. The district is recommending cutting teachers regardless of the decision. One option on the district's own FAQ site is to keep both schools open and the dual language program open, and this itself results in only marginally more cuts, 6 full-time staff teachers to be specific. This is not a save schools or save teachers situation. Further, we can look at misleading information about class sizes. Currently an average of 27 to 28 per class if schools and programs remain open. But that's reduced by only 2 or 3 students per class on average, down to 24, 25 if you close both schools and programs. In other words, if we've been listening to our own logic of the board across these listening sessions, it's either close schools or cut teachers. We're talking about a difference of 6 positions and the difference in class sizes of 27 to 28 versus 24 to 25. All of this is a false choice and does not consider other options, such as we can close schools or lose 6 teachers, or invest in solar panels, explore Medicaid reimbursements, collaborate with parents to boost enrollment in our district's unique programs, think outside the box, a global language immersion school, support revenue generating preschool options that builds a robust pipeline, K-5 students who already live in the district but are on the pipeline and path out after they listen to meetings like this one. I believe you all have a choice this evening. You can solidify distrust in the district, scare more families away to homeschool, private school, or other districts, or you can work hard for temporary reprieve of 1 to 2 years, then reach out to all of us here. We're stronger together, and with a few years of creativity and hard work, maybe we can create 2 sea-changing wins. This is my last point. We might be able to save schools and programs through creative revenue streams, and you might be able to repair lost trust by opening to collaborative partnerships and creative problem solving. Please, as I heard tonight, don't amputate first and look for the infection later. Trust is eroding, fault lines are deepening. The community is counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. John Armstrong.
Evening. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all being here. A little over a month ago, went to a Westland High School football game, and I was watching. Our daughter was going to cheer during the game, and I love football. Love the community down at the high school. We go to a few a year, even though our daughter's at Bolton. The community kind of mirrors what we see at Bolton, just at a bigger level. And I watched the defense come off the field at one point. They all came running over. They hadn't had a good series. They ran over to a monitor. And on that monitor, they watched themselves from the previous series. Real-time coaching. It's great. But it leaves me thinking, how much can I enjoy that part of the community when you have those optics? We can afford those things. We can't afford preschool or Mandarin. It's rough. And whatever explanations there are for why we don't have the ability to do both, or why we need 700,000 plus in extracurricular increases, or another 400,000 in extra travel increases, the optics are still there, and they're not going to go away. Karen was talking about trust. It's really rough when you see those things, when you see everything else. And then I walk in and I see Z and Gal in the back corner, and Miss Z taught my child to enjoy school. Miss Gal has taught her how to flourish and what is expected of her. And it took till third grade for that to really sink in, but we've seen that flourishing. So to take everything she's ever known about school and take it away by getting rid of the Mandarin program, it's going to be devastating for those kids if that were to happen. But it's also about the two schools, and as Karen went over a lot of different options, everybody's gone over different options. Community doesn't really trust the numbers, whether they're the enrollment numbers, concerned about the budget numbers. And I guess when it comes down to it, the idea that is it dire enough that we're going to close two schools with a month's worth of deliberation without ever game planning any other solutions other than close schools or cut teachers? It's going to be a rough look, and there's an opportunity to rebuild trust, but it is difficult to look at it from that perspective. I mean, even this morning, you had OPB run an article on how this was a case study and how not to close a school. I mean, pretty rough when Elmo's pulling your card. But I mean, we have faith that you're here to be our oversight of the district. That's why we elected you, was to lead, and hopefully whatever decision's made is a long-term one, because the community can't be pitted against each other any further. It can't revisit this again. It can't close two schools and have to talk about opening another one in 3 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Zareth?
Thank you. Nice to see you all. I'm a little concerned about the future of this district. I'm concerned about public education in general. I know there's less funding for it. I think there's two things that really concern me. I think one is just trying to cut costs, and I think that that's your way out. I mean, maybe at home I have to turn down the heat because I just don't have the money. And I think I can see sometimes you have to do that. You have to cut costs. I'm sensitive to that. If you can't keep the lights on, you can't send your kids to that school. I do think that there will be attrition if we have these cuts. And so I just wanted to know that it's very intentional, that we all acknowledge, yes, there will be attrition. Yes, we will lose great programs. Yes, this will not be a destination district. Maybe that's not the nicest thing to say. A district where people want to come to for something like a Mandarin program. We all get that. We understand that. But the cuts they're so necessary. We're going to do that. We are willing to lose students and lose some programs. And to me, that is not how you build for the future. It's how, when things are really dire today, you say, it doesn't matter. We're going to get evicted today. If we can't do this, we got to do it. But we're not looking long-term if you do that. The other thing is that I don't really know how valuable it is for the district to partner with parents and the community. I've met with all of you. You've been generous with your time, and I appreciate that very much. but it's really hard to partner if you don't have trust. And human nature is a funny thing. If you keep your word 100 times, but then you don't keep it once, people just remember that for a long time. And they wonder, you have to keep your word 1,000 times now for it just to kind of wear off eventually for you to say, okay, I've started to trust you again. You just have to hope that the public's memory is short enough that they say, well, they gave us their word and then they went back on it. And it could be worth it. I mean, if you say, we know it, it's intentional, we have to go back on our word, it's that dire, then I don't fault anybody. I just want to know it's really well thought out. We will further lose trust if some of the promises that were made are broken. Again, I don't know what that's worth. I did send out an email asking how many dollars is it worth? Of course, I mean, somewhat that's hypothetical, but somewhat it's not really. I mean, and so I'll just leave that to all of you thoughtful people. I'm not picking on any one person. I know you're all here for the right reason. But I think that's two things. Long term, we need to build this as a place people want to be and think of what it means to keep the trust from what we were told about specifically keeping schools open and Mandarin just a short time ago, and how we know that we could trust that again in the future if we want to partner with the district in any kind of meaningful ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Gorski.
Hey, I have 4 kids in the district: Riverside, Westland High, Rosemont, and Bolton. I just wanted to talk about impacts today. Making a decision this big without understanding its impacts is like buying a car without looking under the hood, or purchasing a house without inspecting the foundation. You might know the price, but you don't know what you're actually getting. Right now, you're being asked to make a permanent high-impact decision without critical information about how it will affect students. Administration has said that boundaries come after a closure decision, that boundaries are the second step. But boundaries are not a technical detail. Boundaries are the impact. This is a lie. Districts that close schools with a good process present boundaries in their first presentation. Without boundary scenarios, families, teachers, and entire school communities cannot see how this decision affects them. And if people can't see the impact, you won't hear from all the voices you say you want to hear from. Before you vote, can you answer these questions? Ask yourselves, what will class sizes be at each receiving school by grade exactly? Which students will be moved and to which schools? Will families be split? How many students with IEPs are being relocated? How many paras, specialists, and counselors will follow those students or won't? What will be the caseload for school psychologists, counselors, SLPs, and OT and PT staff? What will the new school sizes be? Actual numbers, not estimates. How will larger school environments impact student behavior, given research showing spikes after consolidations? This year has already seen increased behaviors with increased class sizes. What is the district doing if they can't add back staffing this year, next year? What trainings and support are they giving? How will they increase these supports without cost increases when school size increases even more behavior crises? How long will students' bus rides be, especially for our youngest learners? If you cannot answer these questions, then you do not yet know the consequences of your decision. Right now, the only thing presented with certainty is a projected cost savings. So I need to ask, are students just a line item on a spreadsheet? Or do their daily educational experience, stability, and learning actually matter? Good governance requires understanding impacts before making irreversible decisions. Responsible leadership means showing communities the full picture so they can respond, not guess. If you care about hearing from all voices, you must first show everyone how they will be affected. Please do not vote on a decision this permanent without first looking under the hood. And I just wanted to tell you, parents have been doing a lot of the administration's work, but we found another solution today. Central administration costs skyrocketed in 21-22. Last year, they cut our primary teachers to realign with enrollment. Well, central admin can also be realigned to match reported inflation and declining enrollment. It's almost $2 million if we reduce central admin. We don't have to close any schools, cut any programs, or cut any teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. Is there anybody that wants to speak that did not sign up? Okay. Oh, all right. Your name, sir?
Yeah, name's Nicholas Ring. Just one thing about the inclusion stuff. Growing up, I went to private schools, and in high school, I went to public schools, and we had, everything was separated. I didn't have anybody that had autism or Down syndrome or anything like that. And more than likely, me and my friends, we would run into them, probably would have teased them. I mean, I'll say that. It was 30, 40 years ago, it's just the way it was. And now with like my kids, they don't have any neurocognitive issues. But they're friends with the kids that do. I think my daughter even said one of her friends had a crush on one of them, which was like, okay. And they just run around like it's normal. I didn't grow up like that. So there is something special with the schools. And if you do guys shut down Stafford, I know I'm speaking for Bolton. If y'all shut that down, y'all will mess that up because they grow up from kindergarten with these same people knowing this. I'm speaking for all the kids. It's just the matter of the fact if you move them around, they're not going to have those same connections and they probably will move off to other places. So that is one of the impacts that you will mess with if you decide to shut down any of the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to the board business. And before we look at the 3 different recommendations, each board member is going to take a few moments to speak what their thoughts are. Okay, actually, we're going to take a 5-minute break, a bathroom break, and then we'll convene. Now moving on to board business. We're going to have each board member just share a couple thoughts. We'll start with you, Director Silvaggio.
I think they put it on, yeah. So a few things that came up and I wanted to note. First of all, very, very flattered. I'm not a doctor. Call me, I think we're all directors here is the official designation. I am, however, the director that said on October 15th that it was disinformation, that someone was talking about the bond in the sense that the school district is looking to close preschools and send your Wesleyan kids to Wilsonville. And at the time, it was disinformation. I want to reiterate that the whole reason we're here is because my first council meeting in July, we opted to ask for a redo of the flow analytics information. And we heard nothing of that report until early November. It is extraordinarily frustrating for me and for the rest of the board, I believe, that that information coincided with the election so closely. It was disastrous timing, not least of all because it cuts to the very heart of the trust that we're trying to build with the with you, the constituency of the district. But it was not a conspiracy, and it was, I hope people understand, not a any kind of a intentional effort to mislead people. Unfortunate, yes, but I hope that our motivations won't be called into question. Just some perspective. I know that a lot of this is particular to Linn-Wilsonville, but I also want to note that a lot of these challenges are being replicated all over the state. And in many cases, much more harshly than we're having to deal with here. We are not making mid-year changes. We are talking about what the 2026-27 year is going to look like moving forward. Districts like Eugene, for example, are currently wrestling with having to come in to January, having let go a significant number of persons. So I know that this feels very, very stressful, but I actually do feel blessed that we're not having to take that step of telling children mid-year that they're switching teachers or going to a different classroom or going to a different school, that at least we have this distinction between this school year and the next school year. There's been some questions about the methodology of the flow analytics report. I received that email. I don't know what article was being referenced, but I got an email from at least a couple of people about that. District was good enough to set up a discussion between some of the board members and a individual from Flow Analytics, not at the same time because of the question. But I will say that some of those, all the questions I had were answered to my satisfaction. There was a question, for example, about the changing assumptions of the birth to kindergarten ratio year over year. Those aren't assumptions. Those are look backs at the last 2 years of data whenever Flow has them. So not that they changed an assumption, it's that they had updated data. There's a question about the real estate analysis and how come these developments in Wilsonville that were very long range developments were included, but not in West Linn. And the answer was they weren't. They were prorated to the amount of housing that was anticipated to come in within that 10-year period, but not the entire plan. And so I was, happy that those were answered to my satisfaction. I understand that you don't have the ability to talk directly to the Flow guy, whose name escapes me, but I just want to let you know that that was followed up on. I heard the amputation metaphor a couple of times. I want to stress especially that as raw as this will feel to students if a school is not available to them next year, at no point is the district discussed selling off these campuses in the event that they're not going to be used for school next. So my understanding is, can't speak for the whole board, but my understanding is that any event, they will still be owned by the district, part of the community, used to some benefit. And frankly, we will need these as schools at some point in the future, whatever we do here tonight. So it may not be in the next 10 years, but I'll bet it's in the next 20 years. So we do definitely want to keep these, because someone was asking how we're going to be planning for the future. I want to remind everyone again that the school district is least in charge of our own revenue picture. We're expected to budget now 26, 27, because we can't wait for August to begin hiring staff and teachers and whatnot. And that process takes some time. We don't know how much money we're going to get in terms of from the state. And again, that money is adjusted by the state up and down via 1990s tax rates, which are carved in stone in the Constitution, and all sorts of other upside down stuff that doesn't really apply to private sector business. And if that sounds weird and upside down to you, it's because it is. It's the worst budgeting process ever. But that's how it is. Other revenue options have been and are still being looked at. And so I know that we are dealing with a compressed time frame, but my hope is that as we give the budget committee the framework for what to work on moving forward, we are still on that track of seeking out additional revenue, seeking out additional options. And though we may be on track A, I hope to be able to kind of switch gears if the budgetary option presents itself, and go back. If that happens, that's great, but I can't make decisions based on the most optimistic view of things, because that's how you get into a situation like Eugene is dealing with right now. And lastly, I'm going to say that there's a concern about, how are we going to find this money? It's 1.5 million. Isn't that just like a little tiny bit of money? And I'll say that finding the money hasn't been the issue. We can find $5 million. The question is, how do we find 1.5 million that is equitably and fairly able to be earmarked for a specific portion of the district if it is been currently allocated to some broader purpose? And so, for example, I don't want to reach into a land fund that's meant to benefit the entire district if it's just going to be a question of how come this was supposed to benefit everyone and it's now benefiting just one school. I said lastly, but this is really lastly. Like we said, most of this is being driven by enrollment projections. And a lot of that is based on birth rate. A lot of that is also based on, within the district, the center student population is moving westward. And that's just a fact. It's also a fact that is completely outside the district's control. We don't zone, we don't build residential housing. I know that there's a significant number of proposed developments all over the district, but I know that they're mostly in Wilsonville. And I know that when you go home tonight, if you go towards 205 through downtown Willamette, You're going to see signs from an organized effort that say, keep these homes out of Willamette, because there are many, many people in West Linn that have organized to keep infill residential development from happening. At a recent neighborhood association meeting on a completely different development, the developer was presenting and then was faced with the idea that, hey, by the way, we've already organized and hired a private sector attorney to fight your development. And you know what? That's okay. But at some point, the city has to decide whether it wants to grow or whether it doesn't want to grow. That's I think all I've got to say at this point. This is extraordinarily tough stuff. That's that.
Director Wyatt.
Thank you. So I'd like to speak to the concept of data, analytics, options, and information. There was a comment tonight saying that people want to see that everything has been evaluated and what the options are. So I'd like to share a little bit of my thinking. So this is our third budget year of multi-million-dollar shortfalls, and the corresponding significant cuts. And so that is roughly 40 months of monthly reports in the community about our budget shortfalls. And that represents, at all of those meetings, seeing that almost 80% of our budget is comprised of personnel costs, our operating budget. And so this idea that savings comes from reductions in positions isn't new, and we've for sure seen that in prior years when we've seen reductions in. And so I mention that just because as we think about the savings that we would see from consolidation, from eliminating building-specific jobs like principals and our cafeteria workers and our custodial engineers, that's not new. And I think it is part of this larger conversation we've been having for years about budget shortfalls and the cuts that we've made. And so I think that this just reminds me that I think the real disagreement is about what constitutes enough or good data. And it really reinforces that there is no single silver bullet for our budget challenges. We know that there's been a lot of self-generated data analysis in the community. And I'm not saying this to dismiss that community engagement, but it's really hard to have so much information when that information can lack citations, methodology, reliable ways to assess accuracy or unintentional errors. We've received analysis like copied and pasted from ChatGPT. We've received spreadsheets that have had transposed numbers, incorrect formulas, and then conclusions that are based on logical leaps that are not accepted under public education data analysis standards. And so I say this because data bias and confidence are real concerns. And so I think that is why when we talk about, what information have you looked at? What are the facts? What's the data? I have relied on what we've received from our financial system and systems, because we have to start somewhere with this analysis. And so for that reason, I really appreciated the opportunity that I had to meet directly with Flow Analytics to ask questions about their most recent projection and to understand that methodology and findings. And so the main takeaways that I took from that were that we have a core structural challenge in our cohort imbalance each year, because we're graduating larger classes of students than the kindergarten classes that are entering the system. This analysis shows that this is a pattern that's not a short-term anomaly or a census era distortion from 2020 that is not affecting our communities, because we know that while total enrollment is declining, Flow is also telling us that the review of local birth data and enrollment trends shows that this district does remain an attractive place for families to move. I want to thank the full board for being so attentive in seeking out that information from Flow Analytics, also in receiving those monthly financial reports last years from our business office, because I know that all of you are at work, you're listening, reviewing materials, weighing options. And so it's not to say that we were presented at one point in time only two options, because it's been a continual march in this scenario that we find ourselves in year after year shortfall. And so I did go back and look, and since I was first elected in 2021, our district has lost 355 students. So that's the equivalent of an entire school. And so yes, as many people have pointed out, this points to a serious issue, whether it's enrollment patterns, demographic shifts, both. But this is not something that's solvable in 1 year by good intentions and volunteer work. We set out to understand what is happening with enrollment, which is why we commissioned this updated Flow Analytics report, why we made it a board goal, and that all of that has brought us today. So I am committed. When we return in the new year, I do want us to continue on this path of understanding what's happening with enrollment, and this would include finding ways to showcase programs, as many people here mentioned. And then I think just to address why this work began and why we're here, in July, the school board met and did our school board goal setting. And it was this board, not the superintendent, that decided that we wanted to start talking about and then deeply evaluate our enrollment trends. And so then the superintendent brought forward to us information related to those goals, because that's how this governance model works. And so I just want to clearly state that if the superintendent had ignored our board, withheld enrollment data, and didn't disclose the financial impact of enrollment changes, to me, that is the dereliction of duty. And it would invert this process that we have in this of governance for our school board. This is not panicking in the face of adversity. It's responsible public sector government. The last thing I just want to share, and I understand that the timing of passing the capital bond and us addressing our operating budget shortfall is way less than ideal. But I really want to thank people voting for our capital bond, because without that, we would be facing an additional $2.5 million shortfall in our budget. And this would mean that not only the reductions that we're considering tonight would be at play, so many more that would be at a scale that would require significant reductions to our classroom teachers. So again, I wish that there were more months in the year to better sequence all of these conversations, but I really want to thank the voters for recognizing that a strong capital bond fund provides essential relief to our general fund and helps protect what matters most. And that decision really was a meaningful difference for this district and our students and into the future. And then lastly, I just want to acknowledge a full range of voices that we've heard, especially over email. While many of these sessions have focused on the pain and the frustration of schools closing, our inboxes have also been filled with we've heard from families and educators who are encouraged by a future where the district is prioritizing classroom teachers in its budget decisions and protects the quality of instruction. Excitement about the opening of Frog Pond Primary and the opportunity it creates to reduce overcrowding in our Wilson. So taken together, everything that we hear from families, especially in Wilsonville, it really shows us the gravity and the balance us. So it's really holding space for the hurt and the frustration that so many feel, but recognizing the positive impact of ensuring that every kid in our district learns in a right-sized class, supported by excellent teachers. So those are the things that I'm holding right now, understanding how challenging this is. I just wanted to share where my head was in terms of the idea of data and showing options into what is possible given the state of our budget.
Dr. Shoemaker?
Someone mentioned earlier that they didn't like my comment that that I get lost when someone says this is a manufactured problem. So I'm going to double down and say this is not a manufactured problem. And like others, I had a chance to talk to flow analytics people, and because people had questions, we took some of your questions, I took some of my own questions, and I wanted to know more about it. But even without going out along their path of lost enrollment, today, right now, not next year or the next year or the next year, right now, our enrollment is down. And that is not because we have an enrollment problem. It's because our community has aged a natural way. That is what happens in communities. 100 homes 20 years ago, if it was a new development, had 100 families in it, because new developments almost always have families. Those same 100, 20 years later, have some people like me. These kids are grown up and gone. That's natural, and I think healthy, because it changes your community. I appreciate that I have an 80-year-old neighbor and that I have a kindergartner next door. That's what communities do. They evolve. Combine that with lower birth rates, and we are not ever going to have as many kids as we had one day, particularly on the Westland side of the district. So we had 800 seniors last year and 500 kindergartners come in this year. That's what's happening. That kind of thing is going to keep happening a bit. I completely understand folks who are saying don't do things that are going to cause that 500 number to get smaller and smaller, right? That makes total sense to me. But some of the demographic forces that are causing lower enrollment are huge. And I know I said the other day that I don't want to poach kids from other districts. Largely, I believe that to be true, that we are neighbors in public schools with other districts. They're also declining enrollment, and I'm not going to go gut their district by pulling their kids. That said, when we have programs that are different from what they have, that makes sense that they would send their kids to our district. But we're not going to pull in enough kids to really battle that tide. That is the demographic tide. I feel really bad that this thing feels framed as a Bolton or Stafford or Cedar Oak issue. I feel really bad that it's framed as so much of a financial issue. I think I said last year that I would not close a school for financial reasons only. And I stand by that. Enrollment has to be a factor. If all we're doing is closing schools for financial reasons, then there's no end to that. You can consolidate. Why not consolidate 5 schools and just have mega schools and save money? And some districts have done that. I know districts locally that average 500 kids a primary, and it's kind of a cost saving thing with them. That's a strategy. That's never been our strategy. But when can you close a school? When is that a reasonable thing to do? Some of the arguments I've heard honestly suggest that you would never close a school. some of those arguments kind of sound like there's never a time when it would make sense to close the school. And I have to ask people honestly, when might you? I've been criticized a little bit for being a little bit numbers oriented on some of this, and I get that. I will say that for people who suggest that 300 to 400 kids is a good number, I agree with that. We've had some pretty high performing schools that are over 400, but I agree that sense of small school makes sense. From an operating cost and from a fiscal responsibility cost and from a effective staffing cost, I feel like 350 is can be a good number. The challenge I have right now is that as a district, we have about 3,400 kids going to what will be 10 schools next year. That's 340 kids per school. And if that drops, then it's going to be 320 something the next year. And then it's going to be 319 the next year. At what point are we averaging? And that's if we perfectly boundary things, that we just end up with all the schools getting smaller and smaller. So I have concerns about that. I want to address Frog Pond real quickly because I had somebody email me recently, concerned about, well, why are we even opening Frog Pond? The challenge there is that of the 4 largest primaries, including the largest primary, they're all on the Frog Pond side. I mean, 3 of the 4 are Beckman and Lowry and Boone's Ferry. Those are 3 of the 4 largest. Frog Pond will reduce that. So I think that's needed. For me, what I'm struggling with is with 6 schools on the Westland side and about 2,000 kids for those 6 schools. I'm struggling with, is 6 schools the right number of schools? I'm just being honest, that's where I'm struggling. Is 6 the right number of schools? If you came to me and said, you're starting your own brand new district and you've got 2,000 kids, how many schools do you want to have? I'd be like, I don't know, but I'm just concerned about that. So that's my honest concern. I also want to comment, because I'm the liaison to the Long Range Planning Committee, a comment that that is a community citizen committee, and I've heard their work. They do good work. If there's concern about what happens to properties, that's what they do. They'll be talking about that. That's not something where we would just sit down and say, hey, what do you want to, we sell a property? There'd be a process and it would involve them. I'm not going to say anything about what would happen to any properties because I don't want to tie the hands of a future board, but I just wanted you to know that there are community members who are on those committees to do that work. I know I've thrown numbers at you, and I also want to say that I believe the value of these schools is incalculable. You can't put a number on the value of school. If we had, I know I don't want it to be strictly a financial issue, but we live in a time when finances are an issue, and we have to be wary of fiscal responsibility as well. I think I'll just leave it at that.
Vice Chair Vidal.
Thank you. So determining how to close this $10 million budget gap has been an excruciating process for this community. Most importantly for the students, some of whom we've heard from tonight. And I want to just appreciate their bravery and their candidness. And even though it is sad to hear from them, they do always put a smile on my face, because that's why I serve on this board, is to serve them, because that's why we're here, for them. And so yes, back to the process. So it's been very, very difficult for all of us, for you, the families, and our teachers, and all of us as the board. And as the board last year, when we made this decision, we had no idea that we would be facing a $10 million shortfall once again this year. We didn't know that in the 2026-27 school year that we would have to make a decision, and that there was going to be a $10 million budget gap, and that we would have to come up with um, ways to, or not come up with ways to make very, very difficult decisions because of that $10 million budget gap. And that gap, I would really like to get back to the source of that gap, which is the state of Oregon and how it funds public education. I mean, let's stop blaming each other and start blaming where the funding comes from. I feel like we're pitting against each other instead of really looking at the impetus, which is the tax structure in this state and the legislators who as long as I've lived here, which since I was 3 years old, have underfunded public education. I went to Oregon City High School right across the river. And when I was a sophomore in high school, I had 75 students in my math class. I mean, come on. That was in 1993. I mean, so this isn't not a new problem. And while I'd like to thank legislators that currently serve, like Senator Courtney Neuron-Mislin, for all of her hard work in trying to raise the special education cap, like we really tried hard last year. We thought, if we could raise it from 11% to 14%, we could get some millions into our district where we have an inclusive model like what's been mentioned tonight. If we did that, maybe we could get more money, but that didn't work. And so we're stuck with this $10 million funding gap. And Director Salvaggio's mentioned Eugene, where they have a $30 million gap. And there's also Corvallis, where they're looking at closing schools as well. There's also Portland Public, who's also tens like in the 30 to 40 million dollars as well. So I want to give an example, though, a clear example of our state not prioritizing teachers. While the many districts that I just mentioned are experiencing these funding gaps, the state has held a special session for ODOT for those workers who are losing their jobs. But have they held a special session for the Oregon Department of Education for all the teachers in the state that might lose their jobs? No, they haven't held a special session. So, we can pit ourselves against each other and you can get really mad at us, but we also need to get mad at where our funding comes from as well. And I think we need to keep banding together and keep looking for solutions. So thanks. I'm going to get off my little state soapbox now and I'm going to talk about numbers. To bring it down a little, I feel like with some of us in the room, that I just feel like we're experiencing a fundamental difference in how we interpret our school budget and the data. And I'm sorry to say that, but I just want to be really honest with you. And I feel like there's just this like two ships passing in the night scenario that's happening. And one of those two ships passing in the night scenarios is through that a couple of my directors have already brought this up, is surrounds just enrollment. And as you know, I brought it up at previous meetings, but I'm going to bring it up again, how I live in Wilsonville and how I'm so concerned about our enrollment. And I'm just going to give shout outs to a couple of primary schools. The three we only have three. We're really excited about the possibility of Frog Pond opening, but at Beckman this year, we have 489 kiddos. At Boone's, we have 425, and at Lowry, we have 466. And you can imagine how many kiddos we have in each of those classrooms with those enrollment sizes. And that's a lot of kids. And I'm worried with a $10 million funding gap, what that means when we talk about cutting teachers. So that's where I'm heading, and that's where I've said in these meetings is that I'm really, really worried about teachers. And I know these schools create wonderful, special communities, but our teachers teach our kids. And I loved what one of you said tonight about how the teacher's soul like teaches the child, and our children like bond with the teachers through who they are. And I think that's really, really true. So I actually am going to end on that note. I think that's a number. So thanks, and I'm going to hand it over to Luke.
Okay. I want to just say thank you to everyone that's here tonight, as well as on virtual. The board has read every email that we have received. I apologize. I have not responded to every email. I'm doing my best. I checked my sent box and it was over 230. And those are individual. Like it's very thoughtful and from my heart in the response. But thank you for all of those emails. We do hear you, and we have listened at the listening sessions, at last week's board meeting, as well as tonight. I appreciate your candor. I appreciate your passion for our schools and our programs, our students, and the relationships that have grown in those schools. Personally, as well as other board members, we have met with many families for coffee. We have taken calls. I asked questions yesterday at Flow of what was presented in our emails, what was posted on social media. I asked every single question. And I'm sorry I did not get a chance to respond and get those posted. But the last couple days, I've been spending 12 to 14 hours a day on the school board. I want you to know that I am not alone. Every one of us is very dedicated into serving our school district and our two communities of West Linn-Wilsonville. I just want to be clear, same thing as what now I'm doing it, Director Salvaggio. Oh, I need more than 3 hours sleep here. Consolidating schools was not on the table. Last July, as Director Wyatt mentioned, Board Goal 4 was to strategize and plan for growth and maturity for our top rated schools and our programs, because families move into this district. It was not about closing schools. Unfortunately, as has been mentioned, the timing of the bond and our work session just created a perfect storm. There was no deceit. There was no hidden agenda. It was our board goal number 4 just collided once we had received the flow analytics report. And I grew up in West Linn. I'm invested in this community. I have lifelong relationships that I made with classmates in my first grade at Cedar Oak. I have very fond memories of my 6th grade teacher at Bolton, Mrs. Buck, because there was a couple nerdy kids who, well, we just spent a lot of time in the library, and so we created the Westland Pursuers and did research on in little newsletters on Willamette Falls. We interviewed people in our in the Bolton area and some in the Willamette historic area. So I was purging school stuff that my mom and dad gave me because we were trying to clean up their house. And I came across the article that was in, I think it was the Westland Tidings, if it was back then, a picture of my group of the pursuers, and we were getting ready to speak at the Oregon Historical Society. So I understand and I hear you about those relationships that you have in your schools, and I am struggling with what is the right decision to keep our district attractive as well as financially sustainable. It's hard. I wish things, we had other options. I do want to say that I am not done looking at other alternative options. I still want to look into the Medicaid billing, as well as highlighting or partnering with preschool. Whatever, I am willing to collaborate with our community as well as the district office and look at our budget, because the thing about our budget, it's really weird. Any CEO would never do this, but we have to make decisions before our actual budget is approved in June. And that is part of what ODE is dictating to us. And the thing is, we don't have control of what our funding is. It is property taxes that are inversely proportional to our state school fund. We have some grants. Due to the demographics, we wouldn't qualify for preschool promise and some of those other grants. But we do have the High School Success Act and the Student Investment Account, except sometimes we have to do those, participate in the mandated laws by the lawmakers. And so they give us grants, but then they're not always the same amount. So our budget is kind of a moving target. And even with the ending fund balance, it's not intentional to end up with $18 million and then make cuts before we even know that it's going to be $18 million. We have to allocate to cover for paid family medical leave, substitutes, as well as when our classified staff claims unemployment during Thanksgiving, winter, spring, and summer break. So about March, we have a better idea because we're getting closer to the end, or we're in the middle of the school year, and we're getting closer to the end of looking at our budget numbers in May. So that is where a lot of the discrepancy occurs, because we have to make sure we have enough money, but then we'll have extra money if those aren't maxed out to what we have allocated. So I know any decision we make, somebody is going to be hurt and unhappy. If we say, yeah, let's keep everything open and running as it is, will we lose our teachers? Vice Chair Vidal and I heard from our union presidents, and they said, our teachers, we're at the bare bones, and they're feeling it. The classrooms are feeling it. The students, our inclusion models, feeling it. Please consider, our teachers and keep them in mind. So again, there's no easy solution. There's no right decision. Somebody is going to be hurt. And as Director Wyatt said, we have heard from many families who are impacted by the large class sizes. We have heard about the wonderful programs in our school district. So as I'm looking at it, there's 8,600 students divided up between Westland and Wilsonville. And we as a board have the responsibility of, considering the outcomes of our decisions, how it will impact those 8,600 students. So I think I'm going to stop and turn it over to Dr. Ledwig.
Thank you, and thank you to the really dedicated families for showing up. Speaking from the heart, and I know it's hard, and thank the students who spoke as well. We're going to move now into the portion of the meeting where the board will hear just brief summary information from me, and then we'll move to question. You'll move into discussion and taking action. Next slide. As we've mentioned tonight, our meeting today is connected to board goals that were set as we work through the school year. Some of them talked about in other meetings or other sessions, but the two that are highlighted here do have to do with looking at budget process early and thinking about strategic planning. And in order to do that effectively, when these board goals were created, we did need to have the most up-to-date data, which we requested as soon as possible, thinking about how do we plan sooner than later. Next. It's been said that, I thank you, Vice Chair Vidal, that we're at this place because Oregon public schools have a critical issue around how we're funded, and we're funded through enrollment and the gaps that get created. When revenue decreases and expenditures increase, that's something we just every year have to contend with and make decisions about. Next. We've outlined some of these, and I've been talking about these actually for several years now in budget messages that go back at least 4 or 5 years. Coming out of COVID, where we had an inflated bubble of funds to deal with the impacts of COVID, but then coming out of that, normalizing back into state revenue and expenditures. So what contributes to increased expenditures? Well, about 87% of our budget is personnel. They do get cost of living increases and step increases every year. That's just a guaranteed reality that we can factor in every year. What's hard for us and is a variable is other types of increases that third-party contractors or unfunded mandates or legislation also imposes on school districts. We've seen insurance rates that come back 25% higher than the year before, and it's hard for us to contest that. You just have to do a Google search on PERS rates in Oregon, and it'll give you a lot of information about that retirement system that has inherent flaws within it in terms of long-term sustainability. The state has corrected it twice. That's why you'll see things like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 employees. But it'll take decades for that to get to a point where employees who are in this term called OPSERP have a better opportunity to help right-size funding in public schools and public sector. So I don't need to go through these with the board. You've seen these now for months and for years now, understanding what contributes to expenditures. Slide. So when we take a look at a biennium, we get funded for 2 years. So we do know a projection of what we'll get next year, but the state can always reduce that based on happening in other school districts. All of our budgets are tied together. They could also increase it if something happens to enrollment across the state, or if there's a better economic forecast. The red column in the middle, and I've shared this slide now at several board meetings. It's also been sent out and available. Like that red column in the middle, that's where we are today with a projection, this year's budget outlook. And you can see just big picture, if our revenue came in at 143 million, this comes from the state, but our expenditure is 153 million, and up staff that we had, even with cuts, there's a gap. And that's why we made the difficult decision this year of reducing $15 million. Didn't go straight to teachers right away. There were a lot of other places that we reduced, but staff had to be at least one portion of that. just because they're 85 to 87% of budget. It did create for us then an ending fund balance, which we can carry up into the following year to help offset again that perpetual gap that occurs. So when the ending fund balance gets smaller and smaller, the carryover the next year has less likelihood to help offset the next year's gap. We shouldn't be relying so much on the ending fund. We need to be able to get our expenditures and our revenue closely tied together so that the gap isn't. When expenditures increase by 7% and revenue comes in less than that gap. Next. So I've shared with the board and the community what contributes to expenditures, what contributes to decreased revenue, and I did a beautiful job tonight of identifying a number of those. Screen for folks to see. It's not Linn-Wilsonville only that has a declining birth rate. Oregon, one of the 5th or 8th lowest in the nation. It's a national trend and it's globally happening. About from other countries as well. That declining birth rate then impacts birth and enrollment ratios. How many kids 5 years later come into schools? They're getting smaller. That's what contributes to what flow analytics call grade progression ratios. Larger cohorts graduating, smaller entering kindergarten. Board members have talked about stagnant change with in-out migrations. Some communities, it may not be as significant. In Westland and Wilsonville, we do hear from families who feel their rent caused them to move out, hard to buy a home. COVID did change things, and we've talked about that for a number of years, is a factor. Families tell us that now that they have an option to, they may want an option to also child in a virtual charter school, an option that wasn't in front of them before. And then there's slowing housing development. These are all factors that public school districts are facing, not just West. We've made this chart available to the community. It's something that the board has seen now. On the bottom, that was our previous middle scenario from Flow Analytics for 10 years projection. And the first red circle that's circled there shows where we are today, the projection for today, and where we would have been 10 years from now. Highlighted in yellow there, this is what we were seeing last year. There was this hopeful sign that perhaps in 2028 or 29, primary schools would start to see a little uptick, and brought that to our attention last year. We looked at it as well. At the same time, the data that we were getting from matching our enrollment coming in for 2 years. We're trending more towards the low scenario than the. When the board made their goal, it was important that they had the most accurate data. And then the new scenario is the one on the top. When it came, we were incredibly shocked by what we saw. We knew our enrollment was coming in lower towards the low scenario, but we still had this hope that that uptick would still be within the 10. And we were shocked to see the new scenario continue that decline for the next 10 years. And beyond that, we don't know, but it doesn't have that uptick. This is another chart from the report. This one is broken down by school. The previous chart that you saw, Flo was able to get that to us earlier. We got that one on November 4th. We really needed to see what it meant for schools within the district. This one came to us on November 14th. And that's where we could really see the overall primary enrollment, middle enrollment, and high school enrollment broken into school, what was happening in Linn, what was happening in Wilsonville, and what was projected to happen in. And again, we were shocked and devastated to see the continued decline, but also the rate of the decline. This is all on the district website and in Flow Analytics report available for the public. And it has been since early December when their full these charts were made available in November. Seeing these numbers, being asked to be transparent about information we get, meant bringing these publicly to the school board, and at our November 17th work session, talking honestly about the implications of what this meant. And it changed our thinking regarding strategic planning and budgeting, what we would present at that session. This is another chart from Flow Analytics report that demonstrates how the larger 12th grade classes exit each year and smaller cohorts come in. So you can see in that first column on the left, which is this school year, as Director Shoemaker mentioned, have 801 high school seniors who will be graduating and 501 kindergarten cohorts in our school district. And then the following year. So that 300 student difference is what creates that enrollment. And each year you can see smaller cohort in, which is why green progression goes down, and our larger classes graduating. While there is incremental infill in between, so when the first grade class goes to second grade the next year or third grade, families do come into the district, but that delta difference of families coming in is not enough to offset the cohort difference. So for example, that 300 difference, or if you look at the 801 leaving and the next year 539 arriving, kindergarten, that 260 difference is not enough to offset the 150 between the 2 years. Next. And again, all these charts are available to the community, and they have been. So coming back to then that budget outlook, if we know that our revenue is tied to our enrollment, that impacts the numbers going forward. This teal column is what we project for next year. We just did a simple roll up. We know from the state we're only going to get 2% more revenue next year than this year. They've already budgeted for that. They do 49 to 51. So we get 49% of the 2-year biennium allocation in the first year. We get 51% the second. So they're giving us a 2% increase. We know our expenditures are going to go up 7%. So right away, there's a built-in gap. Projected $18 million gap just by virtue of those two factors. We do have an ending fund balance that will roll up. That helps offset that gap, but not completely. So we're looking at an $8.5 million deficit next year. You have $1 million contingency, so that now becomes negative 7.5. Can't go into a year with a negative ending fund balance or a deficit. Something has to change. We have to correct that. And we correct it by adjusting our expenditure. What's not in this column is the addition of Frog Pond, because it's not already factored into this year's budget, but it will come on board next year. And that will have cost. While there will be teachers, current teachers moving in there, there will be other costs with just opening another primary school. And we've shared that that typical cost is around 1 point. So looking at this teal column, when the board said we'd like to look at budget earlier than next spring, This is what early looks like. And it means that as staff, we need to figure out how to reduce expenditures to offset that negative ending fund balance. So we've chosen an amount of $10 million reduction to leave $2.5 million in the ending fund balance. That's not that much to carry over the next year when we're used to carrying over 9, 10, or 11 million to offset the gap. We don't know what the next biennium will look like because that's up to the governor and the Ways and Means Committee to then portion that to districts. Okay. Every year when we prepare the budget, and particularly in the last few years, we ask our community and we survey what matters to them to hear priorities, and we assemble a budget, make reductions, and we do our best to keep those priorities as our guiding factors. And these are the things we hear. We hear about keeping exceptional staff a priority, academic programs that have rigor. Effective class sizes always comes up as one of the most common priorities from our community. A full academic year, no shortening the year, furlough days or cuts of school days, and then robust co-curricular opportunities that kids are connected to with their friends outside of the school day. High quality outcomes and high quality organizational management expectation of the district. With those in mind, and with the looming reality of enrollment decline and budget challenges, I did present to the school board 3 recommendations on November 17th. See those here. What else can we do to save in this school year so that we have more to roll over next year? How do we reduce next year? And then how do we think long-term ideas and planning? Next. So tonight is about taking a look at the recommendations. Already within that $10 million reduction plan, there are options that have been presented. The first, with gratitude towards the passing of the capital bond, we are shifting $2.65 million of eligible projects from the general fund to the capital bond. We also have the one-time litigation reimbursement fees that the board has asked be applied next year. After that, it is gone, but we will apply it next year. That's an option. We will continue to reduce materials and supplies. We've been doing that for 3 years now. We are at the place where there's not much more to reduce. And those things that are eligible for the bond in terms of materials and supplies, we're shifting there. So those are options that we are also putting forward and we are doing. We didn't go straight to teachers first. After those are taken off of the 10 million, what's remaining now is 5.7 million that we have to find in the budget. And it's staff. Programs mean staff. And so we had to take a look at how we can continue to reduce. We've been doing this for several years. Mostly it's been around support staff, but we're at that place now where we are looking at more classroom teachers. So these are the first 2 areas in the 5.7 million that we are reducing. Administrator and classified staff. And then that gets us to 28 full-time licensed staff, which is about 5 million. Next. Of the 28 full-time licensed staff, 14 we will take right off the top from high school, middle school, and primary school. That's about 2.5 million. And then again, there is an attempt to say, instead of an additional 14 reduction, are there some places where we can make other choices around budget reduction that don't go straight to classroom and class sizes? And that's where I proposed those 3 recommendations to the board of suspending some programs, consolidating Stafford and Bolton School, and being able to then shift those funds. So on November 17th, I presented this information as well as all the background, same financial information. There was more detail. Board members got binders full of the presentations as well as financials behind that. They held 2 listening sessions and a board meeting, and this leads us to this evening for deliberation and a decision. It is truncated, it is short. At the same time, the way the school year falls, by January, families want to know. They're signing up for their enrollment, they're thinking about preschool. They need to know by January what the plan is, and so that's where we are. How this will work tonight, in consultation with our board chairs, is we'll take each of these recommended items separately. We'll put one of them proposed back up, put it proposed on the table, have the opportunity then to discuss and take action. Before each one, I'll just give a little synopsis again of the main factors for that recommendation, but you all have that in information that you've received over the last couple of weeks. So the first recommendation that the board will be discussing tonight and making a decision is about the recommendation to suspend the preschool program. And there's just a little synopsis there. Again, you have all this information about background with preschool program. This is one that does not receive any state funding. It's not a mandatory K-12 program. Many districts don't have preschool. We've opted to start and have a preschool program in our district as an investment in early childhood education. There is a history of this program not being cost neutral, and that didn't bother the district before when we had enough funding. We took it as an investment. Every year we have offered this program as a sliding scale tuition for families in. We know it's not full day and it doesn't replace childcare for someone day, but it is a critical and important 3 to 4 hour program a day for families for a variety of reasons. Having that sliding scale tuition allowed families who needed it but couldn't afford it to feel a part of the class. So that historical revenue that I mentioned in the itemization of how we got to the savings of $500,000 comes from our value of not charging full tuition to every family, but allowing families to have scholarship. This was the first year, and based on feedback from our community that perhaps we shouldn't have preschool unless we could afford it, that we did not do that sliding scale tuition. So it could be that this is a year there that more funds are taken in, but at the cost of families saying they couldn't participate. And we had many families in our district wanted to attend preschool in our school district that said because those scholarships were no longer available and that we weren't able to work their financial need, they couldn't participate. So it has become this year an exclusive program rather than one that invited all families who wanted to participate. That'll change next year if this program will go back to offering families some level of tuition support. So you have some more data there below about what the program looks like currently. We have exceptional teachers. They're fantastic. They are all licensed K-12, licensed K-5 teachers with licensure, which makes them some of the best in the state because of this additional licensure. It also means they're part of our bargaining unit, and it does mean that we have to pay them their working wage according to that, which means that for us to have a program where we can afford the teachers and the paraeducator, our rates may be higher than other competing preschools around us. See the class range there, even though we hope to get 16 teachers in every class to offset the cost. We have one with one, we have others with 13 but we didn't cancel any of the classes. Parents were depending on them, and so we kept. So I know you know a lot more about this because I've given you more information about preschool. We're going to pause there, and the next slide is just going to stay up on the screen while you have your deliberation. Again, this recommendation is for suspension, not elimination. If it is suspended, our hope is to find a way to bring it back and to continue to advocate ways that we can do that, and then bring it back when we not having to make a decision about keeping costing us at the expense of adding a kindergartner first. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Chair Sloop, to facilitate for discussion, questions, comments. Have sample motions that are just a sample. They can be wordsmithed and then taking out.
All right, do I have a motion regarding the preschool?
You can start with a motion, or you can open it up for discussion if you want to first. It's up to.
Usually it's motion and then discussion, so.
I didn't know if they wanted to talk first.
Okay.
For motion.
Let's discuss. Director Shoemaker.
So I'm just going to jump right into the motion, even though you said we could do that. So I'm going to move that we suspend the preschool program next year.
I'll second.
All right, there's been a motion to suspend the preschool program next year and a second. Is there any discussion? Vice Chair Vidal.
So all of these discussions tonight are going to be really different. So I'm just going to jump right in. Preschool means a lot to me. I went to preschool. My son went to preschool. I'm a strong believer in early childhood education. This district is a strong believer in early childhood education, but tonight I'm going to be voting in favor of this motion because I really would like the funds to go to teachers that are teaching K through 12 education. So I want to thank the parents who have children enrolled in our preschool and the teachers who teach our preschool. I think it's so important. And that's all I'd like to say.
Director Savaggio.
I too am a big supporter of preschool. I'm going to be supporting this motion for the same reasons that my colleague had expressed. But I would very much hope that we can reconstitute this in some form as soon as possible that is more useful and more financially easy for the district. I think there's a lot of interest out there. I know that there's a lot of interest in childcare generally, and there have been some additional opportunities brought up in terms of assistance from the state. Not that it has to be a part of the motion tonight, but I'm hoping that between now and our January meeting, we can figure out how to put an ad hoc advisory committee together so that members of the community can have that have the district support in helping to put together a plan before too long, because I really would like to see this be a short gap.
Director Shoemaker?
Yeah, I'll just add that for me, being able to, with the suspension, to be able to put 500,000 in the right column, I think is something that's worthwhile. I'm sensitive to the idea that preschool can be something of a pipeline, and for that reason, I want to explore ways that we can, at the very minimum, fiscally neutrally have a program. Right now, it isn't neutral fiscally. As was said, let's get this money where it can be used.
So I believe that preschool is investing in the future of our students. It is a long-term financial investment. When the kids start at preschool, they're more apt to go K through 12. I see that's very important. I did hear from families that the 3 hours or the 4 hours was just not a good fit, and they're wanting a more longer day program. I, along with the other directors, would really like to use this time to look at creating a financially responsible program that includes a longer day. Maybe it's coordinating with our early childhood development, because I did notice that there's one preschool in Wilsonville and the others that are offered are in West Linn. As mentioned, I think what happened is when it was no longer a scholarship option, we priced out many families just for those 3 hours. So I would like to pursue with collaboration of our community, because last year I really felt you guys were onto something. There was open houses, there were yard signs, just a lot of marketing and involvement. And I was very excited and very hopeful. But I think at this point, we need to step back and do some more collaboration to make a very strong preschool program that fits the needs of West Linn and Wilsonville communities, and utilizes our early childhood development program at Wilsonville. Any more discussion? Director Vidal, Vice Chair.
I wanted to make one more comment, and it might have been mentioned, but I just think preschool is a great opportunity for a public-private partnership, and maybe this could be explored more in if we do have an ad hoc committee, so we don't have to carry the costs for the preschool all on our own. And maybe it's something we could creatively look into. So I would love if we could do something like that. So just wanted to put that out there publicly.
All right, Kelly Douglas, please take a vote.
Thank you. Director Shoemaker,
Aye.
Vice Chair Vidal,
Aye.
Chair Sloop,
Aye.
Director Wyatt,
Aye.
Director Salvaggio.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes.
Right. We'll be moving on to the second recommendation.
I have a little bit to present, and I'll give you that.
Okay.
So this is the second recommendation, and I'm going to just be very brief because when I was preparing this, I didn't know that each board member was going to speak before. So you've spoken to all these comments, so I'll be very brief, but wanted to touch back to how did we get to this recommendation after January 2025? And each of you have spoken to that. The vote in January was absolutely sincere. We were all there in the discussion in real time with a lot of hope that we could impact the new biennium amount, that we could impact the special education cap, that we could get full funding for high cost disability. and that we wouldn't need to be making significant reductions again. Unfortunately, as we've mentioned tonight, none of those things came through, as well as the shocking information about higher PERS increases, few other unfunded mandates, and then we've spoken about our fall enrollment that we were seeing, and then later the report. Director Wyatt, you spoke of the timeline, so that's up here. Just wanted those watching from home and those here tonight, again, the review of the timeline. The July retreat by the board was to identify those goals and to do some planning early, especially since that extra funding had not come through from the state, and all of those collective efforts by families in our community and others across the state. We contracted with Flow Analytics to get that 10-year enrollment projection as soon as possible. They work with a number of school districts. We're just one of their many, many clients. And they were already going to try and accelerate their process to get that to us in a timely manner. Capital Bond had been in the process for at least 3 years in terms of knowing it was coming up, the Long Range Planning Committee working on it, the board making decisions last year, and the plan for it to be on the November 2025 ballot. By September, we had shown you that our fall enrollment was trending towards the low scenario and not the middle, and that we were concerned. It was the first chart that you received on November 4th that really shocked all of us around the continued decline and significant decline. And that just holding it together for a few years was not a viable option anymore. Next. Go to the next slide. So we've got the recommendation then based on both the projections from Flow Analytics as well as the budget scenario that I've mentioned before. Recommendation was to consolidate Bolton and Stafford primary schools, looking at those two as our two smallest, operating at around 45% capacity, and in 10 years they'll be at less than 30% capacity. Next. Just a review again of how we get to that cost savings for consolidating a primary school. This is not including the teachers or learning specialists or paraeducators. They will follow where students go and fill classrooms and support. But there are staff attributed to a school that become what we would call redundant, or we don't need some of the core team. They will fill in places where maybe others retire or take leaves, such as principals or office administrative assistants, engineers, custodians, kitchen. There is typically some savings with some specialists just by economy of scale. Right now, we also have to pay people for travel between schools that not come out of their lunch break or their planning time. It's actually time that we have to pay. When you have a lot of part-time staff, you actually lose some of the direct service to children because you're paying for travel between schools. And then, of course, there's savings with utilities. Next. There is capacity in West Linn to consolidate these two schools. We see that now with Flow Analytics projections. And you can see the 4 schools in the pink font there, the pink highlight, their capacity, their ability to have, they have empty classrooms right now and can take more students. The first column shows that next year there would be space available. And certainly by 2035, 36, the 10th year in Flow Analytics report, there would be even more space available, as each of those schools also are projected to go down. Next. We've shared with you as a board around what does it mean to, if you make a decision to consolidate the 2 schools and suspend the programs, how many teachers would then we have at primary? and what would be the average class size. And in scenario B, if you choose to keep all the schools, that does mean then opening Frog Pond, which is an additional cost. Keeping the dual language program then at Bolton, what that would mean in terms of classroom teachers and average class size. And the difference in those two numbers in scenario B, as I shared information with you earlier, is just a matter of how much do you want in the ending fund balance. So if you're comfortable with $500,000 in the ending fund balance, you don't have to reduce as many teachers. If the board feels that having ending fund balance is important, at least $2 million. And I know for our CFO, the thought of even having 2.5 million in the ending fund balance is an incredibly risky move, given GASB's recommendations. But those are some scenarios, and you have all this information. Keeping the Chinese dual language program at Bolton and keeping the schools open does mean that it does have a significantly different class size than the rest of the schools of the program there. Next. I did share with you that according to Robert's Rules of Order, which by policy you implement as a school board, you can make a decision to either reconsider a motion when you're still in that same meeting. You can also make a decision to rescind a motion. Our policy allows district to change votes, and Robert's Rules of Order does as well. When do school boards reverse decisions? These things actually do happen. They're not unprecedented. They do happen. School boards get new information presented to them or circumstances change, and they have to weigh the factors, and they can change decisions. Perhaps it's to balance the budget or avoid deficit spending, which is in our case. By policy, you do have a responsibility towards avoiding deficit spending, to ensure educational opportunities, that's within policy, and to align with community's priorities. And lastly, I just want to talk about your role in leading with integrity. And I spoke at the November 17th work session. That it was heartbreaking to bring those recommendations forward. I've been in this district 25 years, vested career here. Schools matter to me. Students in this community matter to me. Families are absolutely amazing in the school district. Ask, why do you come back? I always say it's the people. And I include the parents and the students and the staff in that response. To be in this place, like other school districts where we're actually looking at declining enrollment of growth in Oregon, is just a place we've never been historically. Oregon has been a state that often been kind of the gateway from folks wanting to get away from congestion and wanting to come to the beauty of the state, but also the high quality of living and schools. So here we are. I know that putting this decision in front of you has created a situation where you are lightning rod for emotion and frustration. And I wish I could take that off of you, but it squarely where it lands with the district too, with these decisions. But I would just say that as someone who watches you closely, and for most of you, it's been for a number of years, I can unequivocally say you lead with integrity. And while decisions may disappoint one group, while providing relief or assurance to another, it doesn't mean that you didn't lead with integrity. It just meant that you had to make a hard decision. Each of you are parents. You've shared your lives and stories with me. Times when you've had to change your mind and disappoint your children, but you did it because you had the responsibility as parents to see the bigger picture. And tonight you have a difficult decision with what I've asked of you in these recommendations. But there is new information. There are different circumstances. And I believe it is just like responsible parenting that we have to responsibly look at the budget and the options. You also lead 1,000 employees who are counting on you to keep this organization fiscally afloat. 8,600 students who deserve a very strong K-12 experience in middle school and high school as well. Before you get to your deliberations, the next slide, I just want to share with you, while we don't have all the specifics because we're careful not to get ahead of the board's decision, staff has been thinking about what would be next steps one way or another. We're prepared to support students, whatever the decision is tonight. Staff is ready for tomorrow. In January, if the decision is to consolidate schools, big, important, and complex work continues. It involves transition stages and planning, boundary process with a lot of input. The community gets to have to weigh in, transportation implications, transfers and choices, visits to nearby schools, and a very strong intention and actions with working with our partners in our schools, our PTOs and our PTAs to plan transition events and activities. By February, families will want those decisions made. They'll want boundaries completed, and they'll be ready to think about and plan with their children where to enroll for the following year. And staff will be eager right behind that to know where they'll be teaching accordingly. So as I think one of you mentioned, I wish there were more months in a school year to slow this down and have just a lot more time. Unfortunately, our school year is the way that it is, and things will come at us sooner than later. So with that, you now have the second recommendation in front of you to consolidate 2 primary schools. This means that the closest neighboring primary schools in the district will expand their boundaries to accommodate the students in these 2 schools. That's what consolidation means. Classroom staff and specialists from the 2 schools will follow the students and be assigned according to the new enrollment at the other primary schools. Families have a lot of choice in this district. It's called in-district transfers about where they'd like to end up going. So we will wait for that. And then as Director Shoemaker mentioned, tonight, you won't need to be deciding what happens with buildings or property. Those kinds of decisions involve the long-range planning committee and any other necessary board action at another time. And so with that, I turn it back over to you, Chair Sloop, for action on this recommendation.
Okay, so somebody has, just for continuity of the last motion that was given before discussion, and you make a motion.
And there are sample motions in your purple binders, your memos.
I would like to make a motion, and all due respect to the sample motion, I'm gonna ad lib a little bit. Move to rescind the January 2025 decision that directed all primary schools to stay open for the 2026-27 school year. And I move to consolidate Bolton and Stafford primary schools into other district primary schools effective July 1st, 2026, until such time as the board finds that budgetary and enrollment factors prudently provide for the use of those campuses as primary schools again.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion? Want to go first? Shoemaker?
Yeah, I would say regarding rescission, this is a challenging situation around rescission. Whether or not we should have a year ago said, sort of locked ourselves into a two-year promise. We did say 2 years. There is always going to be new information. So I mean, it's not completely compelling that we have new information. The question for me is sort of the gravity of the new information. I too, a year ago, felt optimistic about funding. And maybe that's just from the COVID years being kind of lulled into a sense that we're always getting a little more state money than we thought. And I've been told pretty clearly from legislators late last year and this summer and then this fall that they do not intend to put more money in K-12. So that's a factor. And I would also say that I'm just not that moved by the long range flow report. I know it's kind of an ugly long range report. So I'm not really looking very far out in flow, but I'm looking at right now. And the number of students we lost just in 1 year. And that was all over the district. I'm just concerned about where we are right now in enrollment and even 1 year from now. So that's what I'm thinking about.
Director Salvaggio.
Just briefly, as I mentioned before, we know that there are sources of dollars available. I don't want to pretend that those don't exist, but a ending balance in the next school year of $500,000 is just way too close to the razor's edge for me, and I don't want to be back here explaining why oopsie daisy we need to have the same discussion over again. I do hope that it's a short suspension, relatively speaking. I hope that our numbers come up. I hope that our budget comes back up. But if we didn't prepare for a bad case scenario, I don't feel like we'd be doing our jobs.
Director Wyatt.
This year, like a few of us up here, I participated in 2 political campaigns, one for re-election and then one for the bond. And I think campaigns give us a unique opportunity to hear from the full district, the school district, and all of their families about what their priorities are from a really big picture perspective. And something that I feel like I've heard over and over again is how this community prioritizes the classroom experience and the teaching and the teachers that lead our classrooms. And this common refrain of reducing duplication, reducing unnecessary spending, finding savings where we can. And so what is most compelling to me is the chart that shows the savings we could achieve from core team and specialists, as well as utilities costs with consolidation. I think this aligns with what I've heard both in the May election and the November election of what this community wants us to value, which again are classroom teachers, small class sizes, and finding savings where we can. And so reducing duplication of effort, especially in schools that are shrinking, and we have schools that are almost double in that size, is what I find most compelling about this, as hard as it is. But I mention this just because it does come from really a year of listening that I think all of us have been part of.
Vice Chair Vidal.
I just want to speak from my heart here and let our Bolton and Stafford communities know that I know how special your schools are, and it's really hard for me to look at you right now. These are really hard decisions. But I know it's the right decisions for our teachers and all of our kids, but it doesn't make it hard. And I want to say I'm sorry because I know your schools are very, very special. That's it.
Okay, so I'm still struggling with my decision last year. I know my husband can attest for me. I am very loyal and I will bend over backwards if I give somebody my word, even our kids. Where eventually we come, if I'm realizing that I overcommitted, eventually as a family, we would come back as a group deciding, okay, what is the best direction? Whether it was somewhere on a trip and we had planned something and the weather messed up. I'm also very loyal to all the friendships that have been created just being a board member. Like I said, I have spent hours just in the last month, but that is not unusual. Like I believe in community engagement. I believe in the organizational chart. I believe in listening to our community and our stakeholders. And I hear everything you've said. And any decision sucks. And it's breaking me apart. And I know it's breaking all of you apart. All of our schools are good, but I want to ask Dr. Ludwig, if you can you share regarding the transition, like what is that going to look like if Bolton and Stafford are consolidated? Like, how are we going to be taking care of our families and our students? And are the teachers going to go with the students? I need reassurance on what that's going to look like.
Maybe we can put that previous slide back up. Again, I'm just careful to not get ahead of the board. I think when we get too far down a road in specifics, people think a decision's already been made. So we've been really sensitive to that. But in thinking if this was a decision a board was going to make, we will be spending considerable time during winter break getting more specifics together. But I'm responding to our chair's question of what would a transition look like. What happens when we've opened a new school, we have precedence with that. When we've opened a new school, there's a boundary process, and families, we get a representative group that's part of a committee, and we look at, if you open a new school, what would be the neighborhood boundary for that? And it does change then the neighborhood boundary for the existing schools. So we do have that kind of a process that we've done before. This would be different because it would be about moving boundaries that would go away, and then what would be the expanded boundaries for the remaining schools. That does take some time. We do have flow analytics that has all of our maps currently in our system, so they can take a look at if you move this neighborhood here or there. But the boundary process is important because families will say, then what is our next school if this happens? And we have to be able to present some scenarios of what could possibly be the next schools. Once those are then provided for the families, then they can make a choice. They would have their new neighborhood school that would have transportation, and they would be able to make that plan. In our district, we also have a process called in-district transfers, where a family might say, I know this is where the boundary is for my school, but I prefer to go somewhere else. And they would fill out that form. And we do our best to be as generous with that as possible. And I think in this situation, we would want to acknowledge that for some, it means while their neighborhood might be a new boundary to a school, they want to stay with their friends. And so they may want to move as groups. And so as much of that as we could make possible, we would want to do that. So that's also a process. And families would want to know how much time that they would have in order to fill those out. Only after we've kind of seen where those numbers land in terms of the next schools for students, and then what choices families might make, we'll have a better sense of how many teachers then would go to those schools. When we've opened schools, we've always tried to have teachers that students are familiar with, or so they have folks that they know at their new school. And that would remain a priority. They can still see a teacher that they know or a counselor. We would do as much of that as possible. That makes sense. It's what we've done before when we've opened schools. So staff would want to know where they would be assigned accordingly. And there's a process also in our union contract where we have to make sure we're doing it a certain way and be careful around staff assignments. So there's always first is the offer of who would like to go, and staff can submit those requests. And then in some cases we need to ask a staff member to go if we don't have some volunteers for certain positions or situations. And we work closely with our association to make sure we're following that. We did get occupancy for Frog Pond. So visiting schools is really important, even for families and students to walk around a new school and see what it's like, or visit the other schools. We do hear from families in our community that sometimes they're already familiar with another school. They play basketball in that gym or have Cub Scouts or some of those kinds of things. But if we'd want to create some times for that type of visit. We've heard tonight about how individual plans for students are so important. They're important in every one of our schools. We have case managers, learning specialists, and we already have built in every summer what's called like an early jump start, where students can visit and meet their teacher before the start of school. In this case, families indicate that becoming even more familiar with the layout of a school or certain key staff is really important transition. We could make those things happen. And of course, partnering with our PTOs and PTAs around what are some ways that maybe information they're hearing from parents that we can plan. Again, these are things that we've done when we opened schools, so they are systems that we're familiar with. This would just be different. We've got a principal here, our executive principal, Mr. Greg James, and I know he can speak for all the principals. All the schools are wonderful staff at every school. Is there anything I've missed that you can think of? Oh, yeah.
I can talk about our principals in other schools. You know, being at Beckman Creek, when we start talking about community and care for community, like it hits me right in the chest. But I also know that I work with 8 exceptional principals and 6 exceptional instructional coordinators. And when we are thinking about how do we do this transition, it is going to be a student-focused, student-centered approach. Like that is how we run our schools. The care and commitment that was spoken about for these 2 wonderful schools, Bolton and Stafford, that lives in the buildings and in the hearts of every one of our schools. So with receiving schools, after we do the boundary process, the receiving schools we will work together to make sure that we are welcoming kids in. Like Kathy said, we do that with our student supports, Jumpstart. We want kids to come in, and the minute they enter the front office at Beckman Creek, I can talk about Sandy and Delia, like that is the start of a new relationship, new community, and we will do everything to make that transition smooth, consistent, and reliable across our schools.
Okay, thank you. Because as I've said in my emails, the board it makes decisions that are just student-centered. And that is 8,600 students. And we've heard from many families in both Wilsonville and West Linn. And as I've said at the board meeting, it was very disheartening to me because there was just a division, a divide between our two communities, and we're one school district. And I will, as the chair, I really, really am committed to just uniting our two cities and our two communities and all of our schools because they are wonderful. As everyone has said, we're a top ranked school district. And I know there's going to be whatever decision we make, but there's going to be people that are unhappy. And I know that you as a family have to make your right choice of what best fits your family. And as a board, we are trying to make a decision that is the best of the worst choices that fits all of our 8,600 students and our teachers, that is preserving the classroom and protecting the support services in that classroom. I have another question, in that will there be any increase of cost, like bus transportation? Because Bolton is the most walkable school. Well, probably Lowry too, but so is there going to be like increased transportation costs, or what other costs of consolidating two schools would be associated with moving them?
I can't give you specifics because we haven't done the boundary process. And then the transportation department comes to that, and they also let us know what routes they can adjust and how they can accommodate. And so I can't give you a number, but one of the reasons that we, in the cost savings for 1.5 million, we didn't put transportation in there because it's one of those variables where, some districts might say, we'll save on transportation. We can't say that. We hope it's a cost neutral by the time we readjust. We know that for Stafford, it's a very heavily bused school already. It's not really a walking neighborhood school. And so there's already routes. I think it has some of our most routes of any school in the district. So those would just shift. Bolton would be one that we have to see if we would need an additional route. But we do get reimbursed from the state for our routes during the school day. And so that reimbursement that reimbursement during the school day is higher than all the kinds of transportation we do outside of the school day. So I just can't give you a specific. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. That's all that I have to say. That's all that I have to say.
Chair Sloop, Mr. Remo Douglas reminded me that because we would be opening Frog Pond, and right now we have the large Stafford Beckman choice where we send double buses, that we would be eliminating those double routes. So it could be that some of those double routes that get eliminated could help offset the cost if there is anything additional.
Thank you. Okay, so there was a motion to rescind last year's board decision, as well as consolidating Bolton and Stafford. There's a second. Is there any more discussion? Director Shoemaker?
I want to talk a little bit about in my many years living here, and in my career working as a teacher. I recall when we built schools, and I recall seeing this flat capacity line because we had a fixed number of schools, and then watched our growth go like this from below the capacity line to above the capacity line. And then we would put on a bond building a school. So I remember when we built Trillium, for instance, right? We had schools at or nearing capacity, and then we built, and then that bumped up the capacity line. We're in the opposite situation right now, where we're going down below capacity. And I think for that reason, I'm going to support.
Any other discussion?
Director Salvaggio, could you read again so that that Ms. Douglas can get the full, you added to the sample motion. Could you read that back into the record, please? So we can get that accurately written.
Rereading, the motion was, I move to rescind the January 2025 decision that directed all primary schools to stay open for the 2026 to 27 school year. And I move to consolidate Bolton and Stafford primary schools into other district primary schools effective July 1st, 2026, until such time as the board finds that budgetary and enrollment factors prudently provide for the use of those campuses as primary schools again.
Get that? Okay.
Director Wyatt?
Would the language of that motion prohibit us from, in the interim period where enrollment is not up for primary schools, from using those facilities for community purposes like rentals, gym space, classroom space? Was that the intent of your motion, or can we discern that at this point?
With the chair's discretion, I'll answer the question. No, my intention was not to restrict the use of the schools in the interim period, but rather at the time when we do feel that we need these campuses again, and we will need them again at some point in the future, we will not have a rescission motion to untangle, since this provides for a simple board decision. So we won't have to rescind this decision when we're ready to use these schools once again. But it's not my intention, nor do I think it's anyone's intention or interpretation that this does not preclude the campuses from being used by us or by third parties or by community for whatever use the facilities team deems prudent.
All right, Kelly Douglas, please take a vote.
Thank you. Director Shoemaker,
Aye.
Vice Chair Vidal,
Aye.
Chair Sloop,
Aye.
Director Wyatt,
Aye.
Director Salvaggio.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes.
Does anyone want to say anything in closing? Oh, yeah. Okay, so now, Dr. Ludwig, it's your turn for the Mandarin program.
Madam Chairperson, since the board has made the previous decision to consolidate the two schools, and based on so much of what you heard at the listening session, but primarily the alternative to the intact model, the flex model that I did not contemplate on November 17th when presenting that recommendation. I would like to withdraw my recommendation to suspend the Chinese dual language program and work with the principals and the families interested in staying in the program to relocate it, work with the flex model and return to the 50-50 intact model as soon as we can. And unless there is a majority of the board who is still interested in the recommendation and wants to discuss or vote on it, I am withdrawing it and would like to continue working with the program that could conclude board action for this evening. So I just need some sort of consensus that nobody wants to go forward with the recommendation, but I am
Director
going to
Salvaggio.
withdraw it.
Thank you. In light of the immediate past decision, I'd like to somehow memorialize, and I don't know if it needs a vote or not, an urgency to consider especially the geographic convenience to existing participants in the program when we find a new location for that. Because I think that if the program was moved to a inconvenient location, it may be tantamount to many families as to a cancellation anyway.
Any other comments? Okay, are there any comments in closing from? Director Salvaggio. Yeah, so
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm withdrawing the recommendation to suspend the program. So the program is no longer suspended. We're keeping. So I don't know if the board wants this to become interactive conversation. I'm willing to, or I can stay afterwards and answer questions.
I think there needs just to be some clarification because it was hard to hear as some families were leaving with their kiddos.
So with the program needing to move to another location, and we have heard very clearly from a number of families that if the school was consolidated and if the program was moved, they are no longer interested in the program. So I realistically, there is likely to be attrition in the program, meaning not as many students as there currently are. With that reality, if everyone stays, that would be fantastic. But we have had parents emailing us pretty adamant that of what their choices would be, and I have to believe that. But minds can be changed, and that would be fine. But we would be looking at a flex model, at least based on the numbers. And
Right. Order.
so I have
Point of
only
order.
I'll sign that petition, sir.
I have only submitted that I'm willing to withdraw, but if the board would like to have discussion and would like to go through the process of making a motion, that's fine. I'm just sharing as superintendent that based on the previous vote.
I'm happy to discuss the program moving forward. Yes. Not right now. Yes, not right now in this arena, but moving forward in the future. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, okay. So yes, the staff will stay around and talk to anyone that has questions. Oh, yeah, okay. Director Wyatt?
I think that withdrawal of the recommendation is a reflection of what we've heard from our listening sessions. And I think the indications that some of us have given about our desire to keep the Mandarin program, but the understanding that the uncertainty means that it's hard to envision it without further conversations. I think it's really challenging when we hear from the community that they want details, but then when we provide details, then that is frustrating. And so the uncertainty then just continues to spin into itself. To me, it seems like we have some time to be able to have a conversation as a community and as a board about what the future of that program looks like. But I think that the TLDR is that the recommendation to eliminate it is off the table for now. If productive conversations about what the program looks like can be had, it seems like that is still in play. But if we can't get people to productively have those conversations, then maybe perhaps as early as in Q1 of 2026, a decision could be made. But it's a balance. It's a conversation. And I really would love for this audience to take away from this evening that I believe this board is willing to consider the future of that program if we're able to get constructive feedback. I'm not speaking for the full board, but that is my observation. And I really hope the takeaway is that this program and its elimination is off the table as of now.
Order, please. Dr.
Well,
Lin-
I'll try again. So in full transparency, if it cannot go forward because it's moving to another location in its current 50-50 model, I just have to say that up front and provide that then the way that we will offer it is in the next best possible version, which is students attending their language class every day for a good block of 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 120 minutes. We'll work with the schedule. It may feel almost like a full morning or a full afternoon. We just can't guarantee that. But if there is this indication that which families have shared with board members that they do plan to not be able to stay in the program if it's not at Bolton, or if it's moved, have intention to do something else, that could very well happen, which makes it incredibly difficult to stay with the intact 50-50 model. My hope is that everyone goes with the program, and maybe there's a few that can join in the younger years, and we can have sort of a hybrid where some classes can be full. And but I think being upfront and honest now about the fact that it could look different for a period of time is what the community also deserves to know now and not feel like they learned about it too late.
Director Salvaggio.
I just got to point out that one of the themes that we keep on hearing tonight is trust. And, I'd like some order, please. Thanks. We just saw a board that has very much taken a lesson from the meeting back in January of last year. And that lesson is do not optimistically overpromise. And so right up until in the middle of this meeting, I was still thinking about how easy it would be to put this off and cross our fingers that some of these revenue options would pan out in the next few months and we would be able to somehow hobble through the 2026-27 school year without a bump. That would have been really politically easy and you guys would have loved it. And you would have said, that's great. We didn't close anything. We didn't cut anything. But if you were disappointed in the board's overly optimistic vote in January and how that was rescinded, then at least you can understand why we have made decisions that most confidently we can stand behind now. And you may not like it, but I hope that you can understand that because we can be over optimistic or we can be trustworthy, but we cannot be both for very long. And so if someone's looking for very, very specific details on something that just got decided, we can give you a range of what it might look like and be able to later say, yes, we were able to confidently hit that range, or we could take a guess at what we think it's going to look like and then get castigated in a few months if it doesn't turn out exactly that way. But I think that you saw a board leaning in towards trying to rebuild trust. And I'm sorry, but that means that we can't be overly optimistic with our projections. You know, I hope you can understand that even if you don't like the outcome of tonight.
Thank you. Yeah. Would you mind staying and having the conversation with Dr. Ludwig after? Yeah, that's.
We don't
Yeah.
interact with the board meetings, so you could wait until after we end our board meeting and speak with Dr. Ludwig or one of us after. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dr.
may I suggest if the audience has specific feedback to a specific item that they wish to be entered into the record, we can leave the record open until that's provided so that that does get made a part of the record in writing. I believe that would be at your discretion as chair.
So you're saying just open this up for discussion?
No, to say that if there's feedback that someone in the audience feels specifically needs to be put into the record, then we could ask for that to be done in writing and add it into the record, as opposed to having a ad hoc
Yeah.
debate.
Okay, so send an email. Okay, so what we can do is just adjourn the meeting and then open it up just for the conversation. So everyone hears, yes. Yes.
Not at once.
No, we can't do it.
We'd have to split up.
Yeah. Would you mind just emailing because we can't have a forum.
I'm happy to stay after and meet with parents and explain those comments.
Yes. Okay, I'm just going to adjourn the meeting so discussions can occur. Okay.
Yes.
Meeting's adjourned.